All right.
Yeah, we in?
Yep.
That's a good thought.
Baz will help with that for sure.
Yeah, no shit. And Bass won't ask for permission. Hello,
No,
everybody,
she'll be like, "You want it? All right, here."
Welcome back. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to SOS Season 3, Episode 32, I believe. And
Correct.
the whole crew's back. Ava, we miss you. Even though it says Sarah the Paladin on your screen.
Oh,
It's from our Monday game.
Yeah. That me, Maggie, and Buff playing.
Are you cheating on this show?
Yes,
that's what I heard.
And
is it cheating if it's like a parallel, a different day?
Mathis, it's the absolute polar opposite. She's actually the one that wrangles everyone as opposed to causing some of the problems.
It's true. Everyone else is chaos, and poor Sarah's just like, "Can you just stop for one moment?"
Yeah.
Complete opposite of Ava Heloise.
Yep.
Tracy, we're getting you a tad quiet on mic. You want to give yourself a boost on your end?
Let me
Let's
turn
see
up
if I can.
gain. Hello, everybody.
You sound great.
Better.
Okay,
Thank
good.
you.
How come I didn't notice a difference?
I didn't notice a difference either. It's just fine.
Yeah, you sounded fine for me all the way around.
Also quiet, they say. I don't know if I can boost
you sound fine to me. People are just picky.
Well, don't be so picky, y'all.
We'll figure it out. Don't worry.
Turn up your volume, guys. It's okay. I know.
Someone still sees the offline screen, so that's scary.
Welcome
a whole
back,
other problem.
Tracy.
Thank
Last
you.
week was fun without Ava. Lots happened. I would even say maybe even more productive than normal without Ava. Who knows? I mean, it's on the table. It could be debated. But for you in particular, and of course the audience, who wants to recap what happened last week to give a breakdown?
Well, I think we should all recap since we were all there.
Sure, I will. Yeah, absolutely.
My brain is foggy. I'm a rooster illusion right now. I don't remember shit.
I did take notes. I don't know if they're good notes.
I think it is most important
Better than no
that
notes.
Emmy returned. That's
Yes.
point
So
number
yeah,
one.
Emmy came back.
One character disappeared, Ava, literally poof, gone.
Yep.
Yeah.
We opened on Emmy and we got a nice
Emmy
little
was
slice
mad.
of life.
She almost had a little tantrum.
Emmy was
Yes.
super mad.
Oh, yeah.
And for good reason. For good
Yeah,
reason.
I mean, I would say for good reason as well. But so we opened up last episode with a little slice of life kind of view of what it's like for Emmy to be living amongst a family that is not her own in a very parasitic nature, I would say. And, a goon came to pick her up, and the mom simply saw it as one of her little friends. Go be safe out in midnight, you 8-year-old. And she went out to learn through that goon that they were beat up and Celia is missing. Ava got
useless.
Then
Useless.
so Emmy started asking like, who was it? And they both rolled terribly for their memory, and they were like, it was a large dude. That's all I really remember. So Emmy started wandering toward Lights Out Pub. Did you go there looking for help, or did you have suspicions?
No, so I went to see my friend, who then traced them using my Tremere friend who traced them. It was the same one that made my hair all pink and cute.
Yes, that's right.
And they helped me trace them back to, a place I've been before.
Yeah, right back to the Lights Out Pub where she walked in, right to the back room, and laid it out. She was upset.
And then we rewound, and we saw Dakota and Ollie looking for Sybil.
Well, we had made our way to Home Sweet Home, Madison, and Ava poofed. We were there on a plan, and Ava was going to do a thing, and Ava did the thing, and she poofed. Gone. Blipped.
Ava said very specific words in her hope for a premonition, while also tapping into power she didn't understand at a cost. And she said, it was either show me or take me to Sybil.
Sweats.
So it was answered.
And so Ollie and Dakota decided to go home without Ava. And when we got there, that's what happened.
It was funny because you were in a bird form, and then you just got in the car, and you're like, and you just sat there.
The whole episode, we were pissed. She was pissed in bird form. I was grumpy, stamping down the street.
I made him drive me home in bird form. I sat in the front seat.
Yeah, you literally jumped in the car bird form. You're like, fuck this.
That being said, we got back. Emmy was there. Emmy showed up with a bit of a chip on her shoulder because Ollie gently slapped around her help, yeah, her crew, her besties.
They didn't care about that.
I think she was more mad that they were still alive.
And that Celia is also missing, which is basically when we kind of brought Emmy into the fold, and Holly was like, yo, I gotta go deliver this thing to Sunchi, 2 pages from Saito's book.
Ollie apologized.
And apologized for smacking her around.
Emmy gave us goons. We didn't know what to do with the goons. We figured we would give them to Ava.
I think Emmy was hoping you would kill them.
Yep.
Yeah.
Now you tell us what we need to know out of the Sunchi conversation between Ollie and Sunchi.
Sunchi has a massive Tremere penis that she regularly tries to flex.
Wow.
Frequently. Tremere this, Tremere that. I'm a Tremere, super Tremere, big brain Tremere, blood magic Tremere.
Galaxy.
And Ollie's like, what happened to this back and forth that we had? It's gone. Where are we at with this? And she's like, yeah, but I'm a Tremere. Did you miss did you not get the memo? And I was like, okay, all right, so we're clearly off on the wrong foot.
She said our deal is done because she cannot find the book anymore. No matter what they do.
Can you hold off? Because I can probably fix this little problem. And she goes, yeah, you'd better, because I'm a Tremere. And I went, okay, I'm fucking through with you. I'm so done with you. This is not working.
I feel like I'm in first person in Ollie vision right now.
Yeah, this is the Ollie.
After shows are done in character perspective.
Yeah. So it didn't go well. Ollie was like, fuck this, fuck you, I'm done. This is stupid. This is not working. And I came back. And
he didn't leave the pages.
I didn't leave the pages. Ollie came back to the bar and was like, I in quotations, fuck Sunchi. She is not worth the wait. This is not valuable to us anymore. And Dakota's like, let me go talk to her. Let me handle this. And was like, okay, can you do this part for me? Because I couldn't get her those pages because I was losing my mind. Ollie continued to lose his mind and then passed the candle back to Dakota. To Sunchi.
Yeah, he spent some time with his mom. I went in and was like, yo, Sunchi, what's the deal? Why are you picking on Ollie? Sunchi was like, I wasn't picking on Ollie. It was just business. And I was like, cool, I'm just here to complete that business. Here's 2 pages. And I was like, come on, Sunchi, why don't you help us out? Because earlier, Dakota had learned about the Otai Ontai tie-in to a historical event in the book she had received from Cretius, thanks to the help of two big brain tiny children.
Yeah, a 16-year-old and an 8-year-old.
An 8-year-old basically
historical mystery.
And then
a sitcom in some universe.
And so I kind of tried to feed that. Sunchi didn't seem as interested in that as requesting Dakota's help with acquiring a lupine for experimental purposes for the Tremere. Dakota said no.
You are assuming experimental. She simply would like to be introduced to and meet a lupine for her own academic interests.
Yeah,
it's that last part of the sentence that really cued me in on her intent. So I'm gonna just stick with my instincts, which says she's gonna experiment on them. Yeah, and there you have it. Dakota was like, no, thank you. I'm not interested in helping you with that. But you know what, Sunchi? Here's your 2 pages. Business is good. I'm peacing out. Dakota goes back. Yeah, Dakota goes back. And she says, did it. We're done. We can wipe our hands clean to Sunchi if we want. But really, we ought to find Ava because she's off the map. Literally, not on the map. She's not, because she's not on this plane of existence.
And I think you discovered or hinted at that Celia is also... Oh, because like where you believed her to be, there's no more.
Yes, because there's no more of her. So we also had the feeling that wherever Ava is, potentially Celia
we think they all probably are getting a call.
Called, right?
They're being beckoned. Well, what my generation would call begging.
Oh,
yes,
and
correct.
let's not forget we brought Emmy in on the plan to steal the dagger from the ivory tower the next night of the Elysium, which date has not been set yet. TBD.
No date yet, no.
Emmy was only interested in the idea of impressing Jackson. The rest of the, I think, Emmy, I don't know. You tell me.
Well, Emmy,
she was not really thrilled about it. She's like, this is going to take a lot more than what you kind of have planned. And all I was like,
she just thinks you need a better plan.
We don't really have a ton of options here, and everything we have to gain is writing on Jackson. So, are you in with helping us figure this out? Because we can still hit the playboard and start designing some shit, but we need allies because
she said she was going to help you look for Marcus. That was something that
Vital.
Well, that's a big first step that I think the coterie came to last week is like we need to get Vital.
Ollie did that thing Ollie does where he gets really headstrong about something, and Vital seemed to be
hang on, let's not jump the other thing that was stressing Ollie out. Grant.
Yeah, fucking Grant.
Oh,
yeah. He asked Emmy to turn him.
It was already frustrating enough dealing with Sunchi and the other bullshit that's happening, and then Grant's like privately wheeling and dealing with Emmy to turn him.
Oh,
yeah. So I would turn. You know what? He ain't my problem. If he decides to go gangrel, I'll be there to help out. Other than that, Grant's not my problem.
Yeah, Grant thought it would be she stands outside the Camarilla, so they don't need approval from him. Just do it and don't tell anybody. What's the problem?
Yeah.
That was basically his breakdown.
So,
so that sent Ollie off.
And that sent Ollie off between Sunchi and Grant. Ollie was like, something has to be done. Justice. And set out in like full Ollie mode to go find Layla to poke Layla further into justice.
Trying to point her in the right direction.
Point her in the right direction.
Get rid of Layla through Vital. Get rid of Vital through Layla.
It's a win-win.
Yeah, that's what's happening in Ollie's mind. So he went to the only place that he could find her.
Which he of course did alone, and with great purpose, and beat Dakota there. He had a conversation with a very nice man on the bench before
Bub/Ollie were both highly suspicious of.
Yeah, right. And then Layla showed up to give him Layla wisdom on the situation. Which means it was a bunch of crock.
And called and gave some information about Emmy.
Oh yeah. Yeah. What about that, Bub?
Emmy is the target of Layla because Emmy is considered to Layla a cancer in the city, as she has been using her girl boss powers to gaslight families pretty much forever into being her mom and dad. And then disposing them when it may be inconvenient or a problem. Just doing it over and over again. So, Emmy, I'm supposed to have a conversation with and or deal with Emmy, or Layla will step back in and point her sights back at Emmy. So that's going to have to be a conversation. I told Dakota about that.
Dakota's like, you had to know that's what was going on, Ollie.
Dakota I mean, I don't think Ollie. I don't think he did. I think he sees every kindred in Ollie's mind is like a problem, right? But their own personal shit aside, it's like it's what's on the surface with him. So because he can't put out like hidden fires,
Right, sure.
and he can't see Emmy's own problems until it's outed, right? Like he knew that she was wrapped up with his mom, but like to which part? When they first met at the park, was Ollie going to befriend Emmy, or was Ollie going to lose it, frenzy, and kill Emmy? Right? There was only one of two
Mathis
things.
and I were both curious about that too. We had discussed potential of both options happening.
Yeah.
So yeah,
The other side of it is what Layla was more concerned about, I think, is probably the Gary and
Yeah.
South
Situation.
Chicago.
Dropped the details about Madison,
yep.
so that she can focus her efforts there and at least might be able to solve that issue. And then with Ollie, still fucking Steamboat Willie over here, Dakota came through and did as she does, and literally has the only button to cool the storm.
I
It was a
just
fantastic conversation.
I was about to say, I just came through and was like, get up. Get up and move on, Ollie. We got to keep moving.
It was so sweet. I was like, now kiss.
Yeah.
I'm still shipping them. I don't care.
I'm sure most people are. I still get fan theories all the time.
So do I.
Yeah, the DM of fan theories, y'all. Just, I don't know, keep them to
Send them to
Discord
me.
or something. Yeah, send them to Maggie. Yeah, there you go. You give them
I mean, the
Yeah.
crux of that conversation was essentially in Dakota being like, you're trying to keep the two halves of yourself apart when they're both part of you. And what if life is the fight in the ring, not what's outside of it? What if there is no outside of the boxing ring? What if this is all you have?
And that moment, like it was discussed in the after show, the reason that Ollie is the way that he is and trying to micromanage everything to a massive fault is that the last time he really was, he just let life happen, let the die be cast as it was. Because of his actions, he lost his son. And since then, he sort of reeled it all back in, trying to micromanage. And he has no let off for steam.
That's something you and Layla have in common probably right now.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, and then we
Great.
ended on one of those usual SOS notes of like, oh, we're feeling things, but it's World of Darkness.
That's right.
Well, one of you's been missing for a couple of days, a
Yep.
couple of nights now. Yeah, that's pretty much all of it then. Yeah, there was nothing else. That was basically where it ended. So we can just kind of move into the show. Are we all ready to play?
I think that's it. We'll just get to what we. I just want to know what the hell happened to Ava.
Yeah.
Was
I
there
know.
was the hypothesis? Just help me
A
remember. here.
hypothesis I think you're talking about happened in the after show.
About
Yeah,
the lineage?
That was
Yes, it was after show material.
I don't think
No. Sun
Which
Chi
lineage?
gave you that information. She had done the ritual, and she still told you that Celia was a seemingly strong line, to direct lineage potentially. Yeah.
Tracy, the theory here is that
Mhm.
it is a direct lineage. She's not calling all the Lasombra, those 12 or those particular few, they are
Might.
direct
Childbirth.
child or sire, all the way
Right.
up the line, leading up to her.
Okay.
Yeah. There's no
Speaking
branching.
of after shows, Dot has gotten caught up. You can catch after shows for SOS, Craft Crowd
Let's
season
go.
1,
That's the-
and
yeah.
Scott Free season 2, all ready to go on our Patreon.
Yeah, it's a huge Google Drive file. If you're part of the Patreon, you get access to it, and yeah, everything there. And if you're watching an episode or you're rewatching it, go the after shows are basically direct lines to why certain decisions were made via character or player perspective, and it's a really good insight to. And sometimes in last episode, it was just a good processing episode.
Yeah, there was a
you
lot
were
of
bringing
just
to the table.
pontification in the
It was
after show.
long.
Yeah.
It was long because you guys started piecing some things together that were fascinating to watch you piece together. Yeah, so that's about it. Yeah, and if you guys support us, that's the best way to support us. Patreon.com/podbynight. Get all your after shows and other stuff there.
Oh.
You can please take it.
Montana. That's what we
Montana.
forgot. Montana.
well, that's part of the Anti thing, yeah.
So yeah, do you want to save that for an in-character
Yeah, that's in
recap?
character
Let's save
conversation.
it.
Yeah, that's in character.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
what
there's- I think
Dakota
that-
wanted to share for
yeah,
me.
You're
There's a
sending
whole
Celia to Montana. I
Yeah, we're
please.
sending-
No, Montana.
No, Montana.
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 Oh,
No, I'm kidding. All right, we'll jump in. Yeah, other than Patreon, if you guys want to support us, your best way to do so is here at Twitch, where you can just subscribe, get access to the VODs and emotes and all that good shit. And if you want to join the community, please just jump in the Discord. You don't have to be a sub or anything. You can just jump into the community where people are always theorizing and talking about different shows. And there's always like 1 or 2 people in there that are rewatching or watching for the first time. And it's fun to watch because they can just binge it. It's fun to watch their like reactions to some of the bigger episodes. One of my favorites is when people find out what happened in season 1 to your parents. Like that whole scene. That was so go ahead and do that. And if there's anywhere else, I mean, follow us on the socials, of course. That's another good way to do it. But that's it. I think we're going to go ahead and jump in. We've got to rewind to a couple of nights prior to last week and have a quick gander as to what exactly happened to Ava and if she's going to come back, because Ava can make decisions on her own. And I do not fucking plan to whatever Ava's going to do. I stopped doing that in like episode 2, season 1. So, without further ado, let's set the scene, rein things in, and see what Ava has been up to. And when we return to this world of darkness, we return to the moment the shadow reaches its hand to Ava in the back seat of a familiar car, sat parked on the side of the road just within Madison itself. You can see Ollie awkwardly being lifted off the ground by a hawk too large to be here in T-pose as he gets lifted. And that's as you see him vanish from view. You see the hand, and we all know what Ava decides in this moment. She reaches forward, takes it, and from our perspective, the shadows wrap around her like a blanket, and within a moment's time, she's gone. For you, Ava, familiar sensation, at least in the beginning. One you have when you have your own visions, and one you've had when you feel like you've been other places. A sense of cold, being truly alone. The background sounds of the city, something you've gotten so accustomed to, being there so regularly. You don't realize how often it's there until you're pulled from it so suddenly. There is no winds, no chirping of any wildlife, no background conversations on the city streets or glittering lights of a window, someone watching the news at a late hour. You are met with true nothing. Composure resolve check, please.
Yeah. Resolve and composure.
Two successes. Oh, you're at 4 hunger. Holy shit. I forgot you left off at 4 hunger.
I did.
That's
Yeah.
not great. I was like, we could willpower it, but you could only reroll 1, but 3 is still better than 2. It's up to you, though, if you would like to willpower. What's your willpower at?
No.
Remember, beginning of all the sessions, everybody refresh half of your composure resolve, whatever's higher. Or rather, not half, but is it just your... I can never
Pretty
remember.
sure it's supposed to be your composure or resolve, whichever is higher. And
Okay,
you're supposed
higher.
to roll that in D10s to see how much willpower you get.
Oh, well then fucking roll that shit.
Okay.
But anyway.
Yeah.
Ava, you rolled 2 successes. Are you going to willpower? Yes or no?
1.
No, I am not. I'm not going to willpower.
With 2
that.
successes, we move forward. And as that cold embrace, the feeling of true loneliness or being solitary, isolated sets in, you realize you are not standing on solid ground, that you yourself seem to be suspended in a nebulous nothing, where you are not, no feeling of falling or rising greets you. You are just sat solitary. Now, do you remember what you asked when you made your premonition in Madison?
Something along the lines of "Take me to Sybil."
Pretty sure that was the exact quote, was "Take me to Sybil." And it's maybe in this moment, has it been seconds, minutes? How long have I been here? You begin to remember that those were the words. And Ava has recollection, as vague as they may be, of the few times you believed you were truly within the presence of Sybil. And in this moment, you don't feel those key cues, the fear or the panic. You just simply feel forgotten. It's hard to grasp as time passes how long it actually is. The minutes now begin to feel like days. Days sometimes feel like months, or has it been an hour? Has it been 2? Every thought, every moment feels eternal and instant in a way that is impossible for our human minds to wrap itself around. Is there something Ava would, when she finds herself in this, and she has moments where, she tries to recollect or pull herself together, what is it she's thinking of? Is there anything she's attempting, or is she simply allowing herself to be consumed by the existence of, again, like this isolation?
No, I don't think she would let herself be consumed by it. I think she is gonna try to gather her thoughts, what she's thinking about. Oh God.
Yeah, what is it that her mind is trying to go to?
What else in life?
Saito.
Yeah. What else does Ava think about in her life? So she probably thinks
how
about
did
that.
you reach for your book, or do you just kind of just
Yes, that might be a way to ground herself. She kind of like tries to reach for the things she's familiar with.
Okay, give me another composure resolve check, please.
All right.
3 successes. As you think of whom else but the one that drives you forward, Saito. And you realize you can move your hand. You can move your extremities. You're not locked in this position of ethereal floating. And while it's difficult simply just via will to move your hand, you can do so. As you reach down into it's over in you like in your bag, or is it in your purse rather?
Yeah, in my purse. Yeah,
Reach
my
into
side.
your purse, and you can't even bring yourself to move your head to look down. You do still feel the physical book, and you grab hold and you pull it gently and probably I imagine bring it close. And are you attempting to do anything? Are you attempting to like bring a vision, or are you simply holding it and using it as a trying to just ground anchor yourself?
Anchor myself, and the fact that I realize I can move my hand, I can grab the book. Maybe I try to snap myself out of this a bit and maybe take some
Okay.
steps forward.
You go ahead. That would be another composure resolve check, but I will allow you to roll it with a +1 to your die pool.
Okay. Let's see.
4 successes, and you could re-roll one if you chose.
That's all right. I'll hold on to it.
With 4 successes, it's a slow process. But is it? Again, time is impossible to understand, where you are in particular. But you begin to slowly move your extremities to will yourself some sort of control. And as you begin to actually exert control over your appendages and move, suddenly it feels as though solid ground is just beneath you. And as we pull our own view back, we can see she gently stepping down onto something that is not there, but there for the purpose of grounding yourself. And you stand with your book to your chest, I imagine, with both hands, or is it just one?
Both. I think there's like that timidness and like the not so much confidence that she has right now. So she may have it kind of grasped at her chest with both of her hands.
And as you pull it close, and we actually see you kind of lower down and stand, as you take a deep, you wouldn't take a deep breath as you are kindred, but as you take a moment, maybe you close your eyes or what have you, just to finish that moment of anchoring. When you open them again, you're looking down at your book, and you see a hand over both of yours. Within a second, you recognize Saito's own hand, laden with rings. It is semi-transparent as tends to be, but he doesn't seem to be fighting for control to exist where he is. He doesn't fade. He's rather stable in whatever existence you're seeing him at. Your eyes, much like our own vision, trace his fingers up his hand, up his to his obvious green jacket, red gem tie, slicked back hair, and small mischievous grin as his eyes match yours. Ava maybe even allows herself to forget for a moment where she is and smile in return. But just as you smile, the reason for Ava to even smile is fractured. A familiar voice echoes. not from any particular direction. Hell, it might not even be audible, it may be in your mind. But as your name is spoken in that very familiar Ava, Saito's own existence scatters like dust to the wind from in your direction, blowing past you without any physical representation of any breeze. It just disperses, and your name is called. But it is not her or any figure that you would assume to be her that greets you on the other side of the visage of Saito. Instead, you look eye to eye with Celia.
Oh fuck. I make eye contact with Celia, and I know that that's not Celia's voice. So I kind of take a look around and just where where am I? Where are you?
And you say that, you like look around, not
Yeah.
looking at Celia.
Yeah.
And you actually hear coming not from all directions, but from in front of you, Celia's own voice. Ava, where the hell did you come from, and where are we?
It's you, Celia. You're here.
Yeah, I'm here. And she like looks down at herself, almost confused. Where are we?
I don't know.
Wh-
But this has something to do with the voices, Celia. The voices you've been talking about that I've also been hearing. This is it. It's brought us here.
That's right. I think I was being chased. I think someone was chasing me on the streets, and then I don't know. There's some voice came from behind me, but it was coming from my shadow again. And, but I can't understand it. But I felt like if I just stood still, I'd be safe. And then I'm there now.
You're here, and
Are we about to die?
I don't know. You're not going to. I don't know about me, Celia, but um, I'm gonna get you out of here.
She just nods. She doesn't look afraid. She looks confused, certainly. But she looks determined as well. Um, she takes a step closer to you, closing that gap and stepping beside you. And she just kind of is looking around, just in curiosity, kind of taking things in. But no voice echoes out of the nothing to greet you. Nothing continues beyond you hearing your own name that one time. What would Ava do? Just time passes. Again, it's hard to really realize how much time is passing, but because you've been able to succeed on multiple roles, you're at least able to perceive it enough where you can take action.
Mhm.
And Celia seems to be unfazed as well, for perhaps she made her roles for whatever reason. But you do remember what you asked for. You don't know if that's the reason you are where you are. You don't even know where you are.
Yeah.
Sorry. So back to you. Is there anything you think Ava would do, or would she simply just be as curious as Celia? Would she shout out anything? Would she try any abilities?
Oh my God. I think she knows Sybil has got to be here. She knows she's got to be nearby. So after a bit of time, I think she eventually calls out to her, Sybil. She just says her name.
No response, but Celia whips around and she goes, "What? Whose name? Who?"
It's I know it doesn't make sense, but maybe it'll start to make more sense soon. It's who brought us here.
She nods, and again, Celia just kind of nervously now, or rather, begins to look a little more shaken, a little more nervous now that she realizes someone as experienced as you are seems to be at a lack of answers and be able to provide any comfort.
Celia, you you said that you were being chased, you were nervous, something happened, and you just felt something. You felt the shadow, you felt the presence, something that could just, if you just stood still, you're trying to hone these capabilities that you have. I'm doing the same. I have something similar. I have been trying to figure it out. We have similar skills, I guess. That's what I've been trying to tell you. And now we're here. Maybe we both tapped into them a little too much.
Oh, yeah, that doesn't answer anything. And she just looks frustrated and almost exact. Can we leave? Like,
I,
are we safe now?
I
What were
don't.
you running from? Why are you here? What were you doing?
I was trying to look for somebody. That name that I just said, I was trying to look for her, and it brought me here. And I don't know how you're here. Okay, I saw you. I don't know if you saw me, but I saw you for a brief moment,
I
and
thought
then
I
you were gone.
recognized your car.
Okay, you were there. That was you. That wasn't.
Yeah,
That
I thought you
wasn't
were going to
fake.
turn around, so I took the fuck off. I wasn't. Listen, you know what? You probably, I mean, it was happenstance, but Ollie's the reason I'm even fucking out of there
Ollie helped you get out of there.
by choice.
Yes. You and I need to I, I need to get you out of here. Okay. And
Yeah. Yeah.
let's
Sorry.
start thinking. Let's start thinking about those powers again. Okay. Think about the stuff and the shadows and whatever you did. Like, just start thinking about it again, and maybe we can get it to get you out of here. I don't know how it's gonna work, but let's just figure it out. So I'm gonna,
Yeah,
I'm like,
absolutely. You trying things.
yeah, yeah.
But are you going to try an ability or simply focus of mental power or think hard?
Oh God. I may. I mean, I was like, maybe where the veil thins, but I'm like, we're in. I like, in my mind, I'm like, we're there already. So I don't think that's really gonna help. Uh oh fuck. Maybe even like maybe some aspects. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I have an ability that I could
Okay.
think of right now to help.
Yeah,
So
no. That if you decide to use any of those, you're still welcome to use them if you'd
yeah,
like. It's your
I'm
call.
just gonna
Um,
try
so
to
you wait. You
concentrate.
use you rather you use your time and try. And again, time passes. And as perhaps Ava starts getting frustrated or Celia is about to, just as one of you is about to break the silence, a familiar voice greets you. It is less omnipresent this time around, but it is still a cacophony of many voices coalescing into one. The mixture of male and female, broken in its own tonality, but still distinctively how she speaks. Are you finished?
Ava hears the voice again, and I think she even winces, closes her eyes a moment in like a fearful manner, and
Yeah.
um, she just nods. Yeah, yes, you're here.
You do not see anything.
Mm.
And the voice, however, simply feels much more local, for lack of a better explanation. And as you continue to speak to it, it begins to shift a little more as you begin to have a conversation. You wish for one thing, your love. Silence echoes through again. She waits. Do you say anything?
Um, Ava just says yes.
And it's at this point her voice seems to simply choose one. Then we can have a deal. I
What
can
is
return him to you. Ava Heloise. Free is the one thing that have kept you from your potential. I simply require what was his. The very thing you grasp onto right now, or you'll no longer need it when he walks with you again. And my dear Celia, and Celia just looks around. You will be safe and find peace.
Ava, pauses, has a long pause at this, and I don't know if that's the right choice. The things that you told me previously, I could have him after everything's done. That is what I want.
Is this your final decision? I will not offer it again.
Yes.
Understood. Your value is diminished, Miss Heloise. But I still have a role for you in time. Celia, you will take the gift that was given to Ava Heloise.
Oh, no.
In a moment, hands and arms begin to claw out of the nothing. A semi-solid, dripping mass of faceless, bodiless hands. They claw up your up your ankle, up your thighs, around your waist, arms, collarbone, and neck, all within a moment's time. And as you open your mouth, perhaps to speak, fingers pry their way in, keeping your mouth open, burrowing their way down your throat as you choke. And as you look up, before the hands cover your eyes, there's a moment where you truly feel existence disappear. That eternity or moment ends as the brisk cold weather of Madison's streets brush your hair as a car drives by. Your vehicle is gone.
There's one thing.
You
It
still
might be-
hold the book, however, if that's something you're curious about. Continue. There's one thing.
I thought about this as it was happening, so it might be
Hmm?
too late for this.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry. Please.
When I heard the voices, when I heard Sybil talking and I heard multiple voices,
Mhm.
I want to try to discern what those voices are.
In what
Figure
way?
out if it's I have a theory that might be like the other Lasombra. I want to see if there's a way I can discover, like, that was a big L for Ava, but maybe there's a I can come out here with a W. So when I report back to Ollie and Dakota,
So you want to make me a
W.
wits awareness check, trying
I
to
want to
see if you can, if there's multiple voices or maybe just two voices or what have you.
I was thinking about invoking some sort of aspects of premonition or something, a spirit's touch even, to see if I could see the faces or the voices or make out who the other Lasombra are.
Your best bet at that moment is where the veil thins.
Fuck. Okay.
You have access to it at the moment. But at the moment of it happening, within things happening, so you could still use it in that moment.
If you would allow me to, I think in a last desperate
Yeah, of course.
attempt,
Why would I not allow you to?
I would like to see if there's anything I can get from this.
Does where the veil thins require a rouse check?
Oh shit, it does.
It does. So I will need a rouse check from you. which I know will put you at 5 if you fail, but you don't pass out unless you go to 6, so you're all right.
Yep, and I failed.
I need you to make me an intelligence oblivion check, please.
Oh. All right. 2 plus 3, so it's 5d10.
1, 2, 3 successes. If you willpower, you can reroll the 2 failures.
Yeah.
3 is considered just over hard.
For this, I'm gonna willpower reroll.
Sure.
2 dice.
Okay,
Shit.
as you tried, but that's fine. 3 successes is fine. There is a moment as the hands are climbing up your body before they grasp onto your lower jaw and begin to pry your mouth open. Your eyes snap wide, and we can see the horror, of course, that lay clearly on Ava's face. But we watch as her eyes dart back and forth, looking for anything. You don't see a figure, so to speak. As when your eyes open and you are trying to see beyond the veil in a place of existence you're not entirely sure is even physical, instead of seeing anything, you feel a vacuous nothing. And it is not Sybil. Something much greater. That requires me to ask you to roll a fear frenzy check.
Oh. Okay. Let's remember resist frenzy. Okay. I rolled 2 successes.
You are desperate to close your eyes, to forget even trying to see its existence, whatever it is that is peering into you. In this moment, Ava truly understands the saying, if you stare into the abyss long enough, it eventually stares back. You cannot control yourself. Luckily, however, you are already being locked down as the hands climb up. But instead of us seeing Ava's own eyes covered before she sees it, the hands cover all but the eyes. And we see nothing but primal fear before the blink, the freedom of movement, the cold breeze, and the beast clawing at your throat to be fed and kept safe for the night. Ava, you must go feed.
Yeah.
Please make me your feeding check as you're on the streets of Madison, and you're essentially on the verge of the beast simply controlling you at this point to feed. Yep. There is no thought beyond that, and whatever primal fear sits at the core of whatever just happened.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, yep, go ahead and make me your hunting check.
I'm just I wrote this down because I have the siren one, and
I think it's like manipulation, persuasion, I think.
Charisma subterfuge.
Okay.
Because it's a pain in the ass to find the book. So I wrote it down. Subterfuge and charisma.
Okay. Now make me a hunger frenzy check to resist. You cannot willpower. You do not succeed. 2 is not enough at 5.
Yep.
You kill the individual.
Yep.
Take a stain. And you are at 0 hunger.
Yep.
Welcome back, Ava Heloise. It's good to see you.
Yep.
It's difficult to tell for a moment what time it is, but the man you drain had a phone on him. And as you gather yourself, and you hate when this happens, and it's unbecoming of a woman of your station, or any person of your station, woman or male or not, you clean up, you look at the time, and not only is it extremely late, over 24 hours have passed.
Jeez.
You probably just take it in.
Yeah.
And you know there is a place in Madison to stay. Matthew's house. Ollie has shown you and told you guys about it before, and he has sunproofed it in the past for his own use. And so you make your way to Matthew's home, and you take that opportunity to rest. You would try and take in and decompress of whatever happened. But the morning is right around the corner. You have to sleep.
Yeah.
The next evening, as you wake up, rouse check, of course, for waking up. And this is everybody, as this is a brand now where she's caught up in the time. Ava will make her way back. I imagine the first place you're going is straight to the Lights Out pub.
Yep.
You'll be there in 2 hours, or like you guys get up at like 7 or something along those lines. You're there by like 9 p.m., maybe an hour after Dakota arrives. And for what as she opens the door to the back of the Lights Out pub, who is everybody there? Emmy included?
Any chance I could feed before I show up tonight? I'm
Everybody
hungry
can feed.
again.
Yeah. If you need to feed, you're welcome to make your feeding rolls. Please do.
Definitely would like to feed.
Yeah, everybody may. If you have a herd, you could just tap on the herd too.
I do.
Ooh, if I just tap on my herd, what do I get?
How many points in the herd do you have?
2.
So you could feed down 2 points of hunger from the herd.
I rolled a 3 to hunt, so that's what I need to.
Yep, you're fine. You're absolutely, you can feed. No problem. Is anybody at 4 or higher?
I was at 4.
Okay, so you need to make a hunger frenzy check.
All right, hang on.
Not anymore.
Oops, that's not what I wanted. Yeah, no, that's it. Yeah. Resist frenzy. That's what I wanted.
And Ollie, you crit succeeded, so you found somebody. Yeah, and you're fine. You resist the frenzy, so everybody's good. And last night was the night where you really like had the book. You talked to Ollie. After that, you guys walked away, and that's kind of where we ended. Before Ava returns, is there any conversation 2 or 3 of you would like to have? Because you're gonna have about 2 hours before Ava walks in that back door, essentially.
I mean, Ollie didn't really say anything to Emmy post learning her situation about her
I don't know if
family. So
Also, Emmy read that book because they left her alone with that book.
Yeah, it's a history book on the Maasai people.
Like, yeah.
Yeah. It's a history book on the Maasai people. I'll have you make some rolls afterward, maybe
but I'll give it back to Dakota.
I got to return it to Lucretia. Sans 1 page, which we're keeping.
Sans the page you tore out. But yeah, does anybody want to have any conversation at all, or no?
If this is the night over.
This is the next night. Yep.
I think, yeah, before everybody is gonna, before this place gets super busy, I think it's probably, there's never gonna be a better opportunity.
Okay.
So, it's gonna be a hard combo with Emmy.
Oh, you're talking to me. Yeah, I wish you got it. There's nothing like having to look at your grandma and go, hey, maybe.
Yeah.
Scent's important.
Yeah. I get you. Is there a, I don't expect you to have all the answers, but you're better at talking to people in ways that I can't.
Yeah, because you're worried about what they think. You know what the key is, Ollie? Stop giving a fuck what they think and just say what you feel.
Right. Well, most people aren't older than me either. And Emmy's like a lot older than me.
Who gives a fuck?
I mean, I at least give a little.
Is that like a respect thing? One of these like yes
I
ma'am,
think,
yes sir situations?
Maybe, I'm just going to roll with it.
She's your grandma. Just be real with her. And I imagine she'll understand your feelings on family and why maybe her situation makes you uncomfortable.
Yeah. Well, when she rolls in,
you got this.
I'm going to pull her to the booth.
Would Emmy be arriving early? Or would Emmy? What time does Emmy arrive to the Lights Out pub if she was like, on a usual night, quote unquote, if nothing pressing is taking her time?
Probably not early. Probably she has some other business,
Okay.
She's a business lady. She's got things going on in other areas and places, so she's probably dealing with those. But once the dealings are done, she'll come check out what her new coterie is.
Should I say?
I don't know what this is.
Would Ava arrive before Emmy, or would Emmy arrive first? Do you think?
Ooh.
I mean, you said Ava's going to take her like 2 hours.
Like 2 hours, essentially.
Yeah.
Drive back. The drive back's like an hour, but traffic,
Oh, I think Ava would arrive before then.
Okay. Then Ava will actually be the one to arrive first. As you guys are waiting, like, all right, we'll have this talk with her. And you guys wait. The back door opens, and as you turn to expect Emmy, seeing her walk through, instead, to your surprise, perhaps, or perhaps not, Ava.
I think there's a lot of surprise.
Hey, beautiful.
Oh, fuck.
Good to see you again.
You're alive. Ish. Kind of.
Was that a question?
No.
Wait, were you in trouble?
Nope. You keep flipping burgers, Grant. Shh.
He just throws his hands up. What? God.
Eva, are you okay?
No.
How does Ava look right now?
She does not look good. She looks pretty defeated. No, I'm not okay. Well, I saw Sybil. I don't know where she is, so.
You saw her?
You saw her?
Yeah, well, saw is an open-ended thing. I mean, I heard her. I was brought to her place. Sure. Like hell if I even know where the fuck that is.
Place. Did she
But I
say
lost.
anything?
I lost. Dakota.
What do you mean you lost?
You're still standing. What do you mean you lost?
What's awareness to two of you?
Ah,
Not Ava.
Yep. They're gonna see if they see that.
Dakota with the fucking crit success on that one. Dakota was the one that catches it. Her shadow is moving in tandem with her. No longer is it a half a second behind. It is in sync completely.
You didn't.
For whatever that would make Dakota feel.
You didn't lose. You lost something.
And at that point, Ollie probably would take note and look over the shadow and notice the same thing.
Well, how do you feel?
Horrible. You know why?
No.
It's because when I was there, Celia was there too. And she took it. Sybil gave it to her. The shadow.
Was this one of those choice things where she gave her a choice?
Yeah, the false illusion of a choice. Sure. She gave me a choice. She asked me if I wanted Saito back right now, that I should hand over the book. And I said no. And she said I'm no longer as useful to her, though I'm still part of her plan. And she gave the shadow to Celia.
Well,
That's
this
what
is
happened.
great news.
Dakota
How's
just
this-
perks up.
Yeah, I don't see a loss here.
How is this great news?
This is great news. You don't
The
have...
shadow has been given to Celia.
So?
Oh,
knows?
oh, Dakota, this is one of those things. She's never had anything really serious taken from her before.
Okay.
It's,
Let me...
That's
Let's just talk about the positive things that have come out of your disappearance, Ava. 1, you did not come back with the shadow. You are free of it. 2,
win. That's a W.
big.
Grant in the background mirrors
Big
Ollie.
W.
He's like, actually, that's pretty good.
2, it now belongs to Celia. Guess what? Ollie's got her blood. Win.
Kind of a win.
No,
Kind of.
give it. That's a big W.
Yeah, yeah, got it.
Right? 3, she still wants Saito's book, and you have it. That's leverage. I'd say 3rd win. And 4, we don't have to worry about the shadow anymore. Double win. Same win as before. Just the very first one. It's the same.
Ava's gonna try in this moment to cast shadow cast and see if anything happens.
Oh, no.
You don't have to make any roll. You can't.
It's gone.
Yes.
Everything.
Aren't you excited? Why are you sad about this?
Because it was given to a girl who has no idea what's going on. A fresh fledgling who's lost and scared and confused. And now she has this power that she has no idea what's going to happen. She may as well die from it. And she didn't ask for any of this.
Can I like Ollie's been with Ava for, forever.
God, here we go.
Yeah, you guys brought up together, basically.
Can I, what are the odds that Ollie might be able to see that she is redirecting this to this poor helpless little girl needs help, as opposed to she took it from me?
That's up to Ava if how you think, is Ava being genuine about that, or
Yeah, that's the first thing she thought of, is this poor, like, a girl she was trying to help.
Who
Now
cares?
has-
She's not our responsibility, Ava. And more importantly, now technically Jackson has no reason for me to take your head. One less reason for you to die. Another big W. And we know who has the shadow, which means now we can sick, Jackson's attention on her and not us. Win! It's all a win,
I
Ava.
lost all connection. The La Sombra we were looking for, I've lost connection to all of them. I've lost connection to my own capabilities.
Are you excited about being served up as part of a ritual? Do you understand that you no longer have that extensive piece of responsibility?
I don't even know what part I have in her plan anymore, period. What could, like, what am I, where am I now in this? Do you guys have any theories? She said I'm still of use.
Yeah, you're probably just dinner.
But what I thought Bella was dinner.
She's
What is Bella?
Okay, so within the last 24 hours, with your disappearance, we had some quiet time with some books, and we learned some things. I don't have the book. Emmy has the book. But when
The
Emmy
back door opens and Emmy strolls in.
Emmy
I think she
Plot-
skips
Plot
in.
appropriate. Yeah, she skips in.
Emmy came back, and we spent some time reading, and we learned some things. More importantly, that this Otai story that Sybil has been feeding you seems to be based on some form of real history.
Yes.
Hey, Emmy, you got that book?
Emmy this time is like wearing a backpack. It's like in the shape of a bear. And she like pulls it off and unzips it and plops the book down.
It is a featureless, coverless book, like a hardcover book with the title just on the side. And when you flip it open, it's a detailed history of the Maasai people up to 1974.
Not that page, not that page, not that page. This page.
No, yeah.
Right
flip,
here, right,
you
okay,
flip,
this
flip.
page. Okay, so see this name? Ontai? What does that remind you of?
Oh,
She-
Ty.
Yeah, precisely. Okay, so this story is for real skis, right? Happened in real history. Second account here, but it tells everything that you talked about, except the Ontai is male. He's not female.
Yes.
And what happened? And you tell her like what happened to the tribe.
Yeah, like would you like the cliff notes?
Yes, I don't like to read large textbooks.
Okay, fine. The long and short is that it's believed that this being, this strong warrior leader creature came around and convinced the actual leader of this tribe to slaughter his tribe to prove his value, his worthiness to him. Which gives us a real hint. If Sybil is living out some metaphorical existence of the real Ontai story, then there is going to be a mass slaughtering, which we can assume is going to be the ritual.
Is that the mass slaughtering of
The 12 people in the
the
circle.
La Sombra?
Yeah.
Yeah, they were because there was you had a theory that the mass slaughtering of the village was part of a potential ritual for something, and you weren't sure what.
But then Celia's part of that. She has the shadow.
So this is where things get tricky. What if all of this, Ollie was right, has not been Sybil at all? It's actually been the
La Sombra.
antediluvian who has been controlling Sybil to make this happen. It means that they've been living repeat history for thousands of years, trying to bring about, in essence, what is happening now. And the fact of the matter was, you were set to be Sybil's vessel in the exchanging of bodily fluids and bodies.
Yes. But
So
why
she
not
wasn't
any-
totally lying to you about, you becoming prince. It's just that
this still doesn't make sense to me. Why not me anymore? Why has the plan changed?
well, you made that very clear to us because what you care about most is Saito.
The story of Ontai holds to the story of Otai. They were a willing participant. They were willing to do anything
And
to
I'm
show
not.
loyalty.
And I'm not.
You're
willing to
not a
show-
quote-unquote willing subject.
I don't. And Celia is.
Did she say yes?
You didn't see.
I don't know.
Well, if it's true that she goes by the willing, it means that Celia had to be willing in some way.
I guess.
Maybe she tricked her like she did you, but the fact of the matter is, Celia had to say yes. Or at least was more willing than you are.
Yeah.
Now here's the real fun part. Ignore the fact this page is not there anymore. I go into my book and I pull out the page that we ripped free. That's crayon, like rubbed all over it, like you would do like a rubbing of something like the crayon on its side. And I point to these, I don't know, I guess they're the concave
Indents.
letters, the indents on the
indents
page where the crayon didn't color. And you can see somebody like pressed and wrote something else on another piece of paper, but it pressed through the page. It's a name. It is Montano. This book belonged to Cretius. It was in his private collection in his office when he pulled it to hand it to me, which means he made a note on whoever this Montano person is. I was thinking maybe it's time for me to say return the book to Cretius since he so graciously lent it and I read it already. And maybe I can ask him about my findings.
That makes sense.
Ollie doesn't seem as convinced.
No, I like everything that's been said above board. There's just some things that are hitting the old pan.
Do you think if you ask Cretius about this Montano, he will tell you? Or is that something you're planning on keeping to yourself?
It's a bit of a tricky question. He will provide me the resources I need to answer my own question. He's a philosophy teacher.
I see. So he'll give you more textbooks or something.
Possibly. I mean, that's what he handed me. I mean, okay, so here's the thing, right? So when I went in with him and Jackson, they might have made it very clear that Cretius has some part in all of this. I just didn't know what, and I might have been a little forward about asking what his part to play in all of this was, and his response was this book. That means he's fully aware of what's going on, and he's been researching the Otai story, or this book would not have been into play at all. I believe that Cretius knows more than he's obviously shared, whether with me, with Jackson, or with anybody. But if he was making notes, and that's where this Montano name comes from, he's pieced something from the Otai story and Sybil's current plan to this person, Montano. And it could be beneficial to at least ask, what's the worst that he can say? Fuck off.
Yeah, I think it's worth asking at least.
I tried to get a little information about who Montano was out of Sun Chi, but it kind of fell flat.
Well.
Amy, you kept the book all night. Did you learn anything else?
You can make me a intelligence academics check, please.
Ooh, not my strongest.
You are a 9-year-old. You don't have to learn when you can just tell people what to do.
Let's see. What's the difficulty? Or does it not matter?
You can just make me a raw roll. Ooh, you fucking messy.
Yes.
Critical.
Messy.
My good God. I mean, remember last time you heard a name and you were like, it sounds familiar. It sounds familiar. And you couldn't really put a finger on it. So you're going through the book last night and, you know, it's a history of the Maasai people. Again, for those who don't remember, a coastal tribe out in Kenya, I believe it was. As you're reading about it, the only thing you can, beyond learning a fascinating history about these people and where what their life was like, you think, well, maybe you're pretty convinced that where Montano was written, where it was written in the book in reference to, even though the page is missing in context from what you were reading around, you come to a conclusion that you think you're like 80% sure Montano might be Ontai.
Okay.
Well,
Is that the only thing I learned from that?
Yeah, because it's all history. I mean, you learn a lot about the Maasai people if you want to wiki it. But other than that, there's not
Okay.
like any vampire sequence in
right.
it at all. It's very much a school textbook.
we're thinking whoever. Okay, so I go.
Well, do you want me to just share with you like everything that I learned from it? Basically, it's like the whole history of the Maasai people.
No.
But in regards to the Montano part, I'm pretty sure that it is Antai. They're like the same person.
Interesting. So we still don't know who this Montano is, but we believe that he is the Antai of the historical story. The first?
You don't know. Again, in the stories, as a reference to, a lot of the references to Antai speak of a pale, almost ethereal figure that follows him around. But again, a lot of historians believe that it was those stories about him came post his disappearance in the death of his village, and was more of a metaphorical representation of the death he was about to bring to his village via.
Yeah, it's like his shadow
slaughtering.
in essence. It follows
Yeah.
him.
But I mean, and even Emmy would probably be like, it's probably not necessarily metaphorical. That's probably something to that.
To that, yeah, okay. I really think we have to figure out who this Montano character is, because the more that we know about the actual story, the more maybe we can understand Sybil's drive to relive this story.
You don't know what the thing I think you guys had a disconnect on. You still don't know is like, the ritual is happening now to potentially bring back the antediluvian is your theory, but back then Sybil wasn't embraced yet, so you don't know exactly why they would have what they were doing at that time, why they would have been doing this as a ritual or not. But that's just something you haven't figured out yet or haven't really looked into. But beyond that, was Bub about to say something? I'm sorry if I cut you off too.
I think I know who it is.
Oh. Well, enlighten us.
I think it's Rudy.
Why do you think it's Rudy?
Running back our storyline. Let's wind it back.
Okay.
Okay, let's just hypothesize here for a moment. Your sire was Rika, right?
Yep.
And you were, quote unquote, an accident. That's what you said. I'm guessing that's what she told you.
She told me.
Okay. Ava, your sire was Sienna. Zax was that Malk, right? The guy who's doing the weird sciencey shit.
Malkov, I think was his name. Hey, no, that's not what it was. Yeah, whatever.
Yes.
You killed him within 2 episodes.
My sire was a Nosferatu who did it as a favor for Rudy. Entirely a favor for Rudy.
Okay.
Why? Because he felt beholden to me. Didn't we come to find out that there was something more, like we were sort of predestined for something? There was some bigger plan. We were all supposed to be some sort of Lysandra.
Ava was chosen or whatever, but ended up Toreador because Ava has like these visions, but was having these visions before being turned.
Right.
You are something to do with Rudy, which we now know really has to do with Bella's love for him and whatever the fuck weirdness is going on there.
Right.
Snitch.
But there was more going on to play, remember? Like there was some questions about my blood and what I was, what I could have been.
Right.
With the whole, yeah.
The same
right?
story with Ava. You and Ava have basically the same story, different.
We got
sides.
exactly different angles, right? I've met just enough gangrel to know, outside of you, forgive me for saying this, but they speak a lot of bullshit. I don't think you were an accident. I do not think you were an accident.
Mathis, have I been led to believe in wholeheartedly that I was the accident?
Yep.
Look, I would believe you, except Sybil looked at me and told me as much.
Okay.
While Ava was puddling on the floor, she said, "You were the thing I couldn't see. You were the fucking mistake. You are the problem."
That's part of the thing, right? You were the thing that she couldn't see. The thing that she had no control over. That makes you just as important and just as special, right? For one reason or another.
Okay.
Let me keep running with this. Rudy's been watching us, our every move. He led us to believe that he was a Nosferatu, but he's been a Lysandra the entire time. He told us who we needed to look out for, what particular Lysandra. He gave us Basaris, right? Who the fuck gave you the shadow?
I'm sorry?
Who gave you the shadow?
Bella.
No.
No, who gave Dakota the box?
Who gave Dakota the
Fuck,
shadow?
Rudy.
Who had it? And who would be close enough to it because they're that fucking old and they would know just
But
enough.
why would he want Bella to have the shadow?
I don't think he had a choice.
I think if you're saying Rudy's as old as he actually is and he's this Montano character and he's thousands of years old,
Like
he has
a-
more choices than the average kindred, you know?
Like
Here's
a
the problem.
Methuselah
If he
level
is
of old?
if he is that old, theoretically, he has the least opportunity to resist because the blood of hers is closest to him. He will hear the call before everyone else.
So, but why bring the shadow back then? Why
Because he
bring
didn't have a
Sybil?
choice.
I don't believe that. Rudy has.
Are you saying he's Sybil's child?
Potentially somewhere down the line.
If history books bears out, he was embraced before.
He was.
her.
He was. He is. If
The
he
history
is
book is
Montano,
before Sybil.
this is before Sybil. This is the first story. The first time that we have, I guess, the La Sombra. So
You might,
he's-
in that
So if-
moment, Ava, recall the horribly deep fear that you accidentally caused yourself. Trying to see through the veil on your way out of wherever you were. If not Sybil calling him. But there is something messing with him or potentially pulling him.
La Sombra.
What sits above Sybil?
He might be related to. He might be.
A
They might.
child of.
Yes.
Wait,
They're
that makes the
related in
that
that
makes
way.
the Antai story make sense. That the creature, the thing that asked him to kill his entire village is the antediluvian. He's the first childer.
He's the first.
Montano, if Emmy is correct, is the first childer of the La Sombra. Sybil is trying to recreate the creation of the first childer. Why?
If Rudy.
I don't proclaim to understand the ritual.
Better
I don't
yet,
know.
why would
None of you do. You don't know blood magic.
So let's think. Rudy plans to give Sybil, not the antediluvian, but Sybil, a Methuselah's shadow, back to her grand plan. Why? To put something in between him and the call?
You know, I remember my sire, and I even remember Snitch telling me a long time ago that, like, if it's a matter of blood and, like, in thickness, you know, as the older we get, the stronger we get, right? But, like, Snitch said something like, if you torp long enough, it weakens the blood. You grow weaker over time, like it thins it out or something, right? The spoils, something to that. I don't quite get it, but
Okay.
what if he was torped with the box for hundreds of years?
Rudy.
Yeah. What
and
if that's the
then he
case,
got
right?
Weaker or something.
Sure. There's too many things that don't add up. He's a La Sombra, but he's also a Nosferatu, but he's not a Nosferatu because he's La Sombra. But I don't know any other La Sombra that can with a single hand tear the fucking arm off of an Inquisition guy.
Okay, so
For those who don't know, that's a callback to season 1.
So he's posing as Nosferatu for safety. La Sombra, until only very recently, were not welcome in the city. That was because of Sybil's hand. Still doesn't answer why he would give Bella willingly, hand the
Oh my
box
God.
to me to deliver.
Is Cretius looking for Montano?
Maybe you should talk to Cretius.
All right.
And
Okay.
if that's the case, they were in the same room together.
How about this? I'm going to take a 4-wheel ride across town and go to class. Why don't the three of you... Ava maybe could use a glass of wine, Ollie.
I can't.
I need to talk to my grandma, as we discussed.
Well,
She's right next to you.
she's...
Also, there's something that I might have to share with you all as well,
Should I be
with
here
your
for this?
theory about Rudy.
Oh.
I was hoping that you might have something to spill there, given the closeness that you two once shared.
Well, I do think he's keeping a secret from you all, and he's definitely been hiding. So maybe your theories are right. But also, you might want to know that he's the one who let me know where Celia was. And he was very, very particular about making sure that Ava and get close to Celia. And look what you all did with that.
Not by choice.
Oh, it was definitely by choice for Ollie.
Yeah, but we have some plays.
Mathis.
Thank you for a highlight. It's my favorite when people highlight the
When
constant
Emmy
fuck up.
says that, can I make a bizarre roll to try to figure out, based on Dakota's past academics, the things she likes reading about, war history, is he playing both sides? Do I,
mean,
get the
that's
idea
just-
that he's kind
I
of
mean,
like,
you don't have to make a roll. That's a theory that Dakota has, and that's a theory that Dakota has.
I think based on his actions, can I deduce if he is using some form of like spy tactic or behind enemy lines type thing?
I mean, to Dakota, it would, I don't need you to roll. I guess the pieces would add up. I think for her, knowing how he's acted, he's always, even when he's interacted with you and you're trying to provoke him, he's always acted at least it's leaningly in your interest, but enough like at arm's length that he never like seems to want to know too much or give away too much. It's possible. I mean, let's say the pieces are there where Dakota could theorize certainly that he's maybe playing two sides here.
Okay, I'm gonna go talk to Cretius. You talk to your grandma. You know what, Ava? I think maybe you would add some good perspective to the oncoming conversation. I'll see y'all on the flip side. And I'm gonna.
I don't know what it's about either, Ava.
I'm gonna hit the
It's
ground and.
nice to see you back.
Yep.
Thanks, Emmy. Good to see you too.
Where did you go?
I went to the abyss.
Okay. Like purposefully?
Kind of. Yeah. I was trying to find where Sybil was. We were tracking her down, and I just want to say, Emmy, thank you for. I know you took Celia, and thank you for trying to keep her safe.
She was well taken care of.
I know. She was. And
You say that like she's not anymore?
not necessarily. I'm looking to Ollie. I'm just gonna tell Emmy what happened. Yes, the whole thing with me having that shadow thing that have talked about, and like, the whole Rudy telling you Celia should stay away. Well, it's because she has the shadow now. So she's in a lot of trouble. She's in a lot of danger. I don't have it anymore.
Or she's potentially very close to a lot of power.
Yeah,
Just depends on the way you look at it.
I guess that's a different perspective, but she didn't ask for any of this, and now that's happened.
Did any of us ask for any of this? Did any of you ask to be turned? Because I didn't.
I
No.
did. You hear Grant in the background just chiming up.
No. And that's the unfortunate part of this existence, I guess.
Well, see. Okay,
It's
Allie,
just-
you've got this look on your face and it's been there for a while and you haven't said a word.
We've had so much going on, right? Like everything feels like it's this plan that's in trickle down constantly. It's just the coin's been flipping over on us over and over again, and we're starting to pick up these pieces the entire time. The one thing that just like it's got my gourd is I get it. Like we're built different, the coterie is, but it just feels like there's more orchestrations here. Maybe it's just me, but it feels kind of lazy that Dakota was an accident. That feels kind of lazy.
I don't know. Maybe it's I don't think it is lazy. I think it's just that it was unexpected.
You know, we
Or
never
maybe
asked.
it was just unexpected for your friend.
We never asked, and we'll never get to ask the Zach's sire for obvious reasons, but we never got a chance to ask Sienna, and we'll probably never get a chance to ask Rika if either of them had any affiliations to Rudy. Because what if we were prospected to be La Sombra and he intervened? Because I was already told that I was a potential La Sombra.
Ava
Yeah.
was
And he,
too.
Then he
Well, would you rather have been a Sombra?
No, frankly, no. I would rather not have been eaten by some gigantic old.
Well, then there you go. I don't know why
nebulous
you're
abyss
harping
beast.
on it so much.
Because if a lot of this could have been stopped years ago if Rudy just chimed in, if he just spoke up. Was he just trying to get our whistles wet so that we could, get older, try
He
to
seems like
understand
he's hiding from something. Probably something really big.
Yeah.
At least the last time I talked to him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was
Well,
really nice, though.
Yeah. He's got a charm about him. So
uh,
I think we need to talk.
Was Abe about
Maybe.
to say something though?
I was gonna say before. I know this is a big ask and probably won't ever happen, but the one way we probably could find out how old Rudy is if we get some of his blood.
How would you plan on doing that?
I don't know.
I don't think that's gonna happen.
I figured it was a pie in the sky thing, but just saying.
Yeah.
Anyway.
If I come up with an epiphany moment where I believe he's going to sport some of his blood, then we'll move on that. But
Yeah.
I don't think it's gonna happen.
I'll be here sitting and looming and thinking of other options if you guys want to talk.
Well, I mean, if you're more than welcome to join us, but I have to have a talk.
Yes, I won't be too contributive, but I'm here.
So, you're familiar with Layla, right?
The hunter that's causing a lot of
Yeah.
problems. Yeah.
Yeah, she's been being a little bit of a sore thumb.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
I'd
So,
like to just put a little band-aid around her,
sure. You understand how consequences work, right?
Yeah, I just explained to you one of yours.
Yeah, sure. Well, let's just say, hypothetically, that Layla is a consequence of yours.
There's many people beyond just Layla that are consequences of mine.
Well, not all of
You
them are
think she's
immediate
the only
thorns in
one
your
who wants
side.
to come after me?
No, I think you are a person of interest to her, and she dropped a bit of a bomb on me.
I think we're all persons of interest. We're all, when they go, Layla, the vampire slayer. Look around, Ollie. We're all vampires.
Yeah, but not all of us are gaslighting people into.
Well, maybe I'm
portraying
just
their
higher on
parents.
her hit list, but we're all there.
Still not gaslighting people to be their parents.
Oh my goodness. How else do you think I'm going to survive? And I wouldn't call it gaslighting per
Okay,
se.
all right,
Goodness
all right.
gracious. Children these days is just using that word everywhere.
Fine. Then you are mass manipulating their minds with your abilities.
Some of them really like it. Look, I look for families who are trying really hard to have kids and they just can't. And sometimes they're really sad.
Then
And
what
I
happens
just
when you're
make them
gone?
feel happy.
What happens when you're gone?
I make them forget that I was even there. And then they probably go back to being sad again.
Okay.
But that's my fault. It's not like I purposely made them not be able to have kids.
You're not wrong. That's not your fault.
It's probably their life choices.
But I think you're tired of being a kid.
Yeah, you think so?
Well, I mean, I've only heard you
But
say
to be
several
honest,
times just
I
how
kind
sick.
of do like it a little bit. Because, you can get away with some things that you can't when you're an adult.
Yeah, I'm aware of that. But I also know that you have said at least 3 times now just how much it sucks that you've never been on a date before.
Well, thanks for making me think of that again.
Those are things that adults do.
Yeah,
think
I've
you're
had
tired of being a
centuries to
kid,
think about
right?
that,
Then
okay?
why don't you work on being an adult?
You want me to eat somebody and take over their body?
No, I think that with
Guess
the
my
connections
only
that
choice,
you've
Ollie.
made, the connections
Or
that you've
maybe,
made up to
I
this
guess
point,
you could do some kind of blood pact or something and maybe change your body. That would
you
be
gonna
more
let me talk,
complicated.
Em?
Sorry, you're making me think about things.
It's good. It's good. It's good that you're thinking about things. But there's kindred out there that are also capable of making you look older.
Yeah, but you're not really. People can see through that stuff,
No, No, impermanently. They can permanently make you look
That's what
older.
I was talking about, but it's more complicated.
Of course it's more complicated, but I can't imagine that you'd want to stay as a 200-year-old, 9-year-old forever.
He's just laughing at the idea that she's 200.
I don't know how old you are. I'm just throwing out a guess. Last time you said you remember moving on carriage. I wasn't born then. They don't even portray that in fucking westerns anymore.
Yeah, I was in the carriage. And also, there weren't all these buildings that are here now.
Look, I'm just going to take a page here from Dakota. I have a real problem with you manipulating people into being your parents. I have a real issue with family, Em.
What do you want her to do then, Ollie?
I wanted to act as a kindred might, and maybe you see it as that you're doing just that right now, but it doesn't feel right. It feels very fucking wrong. Because I already
But you
have
can
one
meet my
problem
family if you want.
that is masquerading around the city, pretending to be the parent of my son. And it's not okay. And if you need family, I'll be your fam. I don't have any problems with that.
So you're saying that if I let them go, that you'll find me a new place.
Or saying that
def-
you, the grandma, get to pretend he's your dad?
Define place. What do you mean as place?
Well, I need a home, Ollie. I need a place where people aren't going to look at me and go, oh, there's a little kid there roaming around by herself without a parent.
Okay. Yeah, we can arrange that. You know, have you seen much modern television? Have you seen My Small Life or anything like that? There are plenty of people that look like they're 10 that are like 22. They make TV shows about it, Emmy.
I mean, Emmy's really tiny. Like,
Yeah. The shortest woman in the world was like 28 inches tall, and you're at least 3.5 feet. I think you're good in that department.
The issue for Emmy is that she can do that for a while, but eventually a decade passes, and she's supposed to die of old age at some point, and she'll just never happen.
And if that's a matter of finding a place because you're worried about what that's going to look like, once you're welcomed back into the Ventru, you can start reestablishing yourself in so many places around the city. That's not going to be a
That's the
problem.
whole point. I won't have to do that anymore. I've just been doing it in the interim while I have to.
Okay.
I wasn't always doing them. There was a time when I didn't have to worry about any of those things. And also, I was respected enough where, yeah, I'm a kid and I probably should be murdered, but they saw value in me.
You are far from a child. You and I both know that. You may be stuck in a body, but you are much more than that.
Thanks, Ollie.
And if you need family, hell, I need people that I can trust. People that are willing to have my back, and I can have theirs. And if you need a place, I can find you a place. But you got to abandon the shtick with the parents. You got to let them go. Because it's the only way that Layla will not come in here and fucking suicide bomb this place because she thinks you're here.
I think she's still going to come for me for other reasons.
She's going to come for me.
Don't need you to know about them right now.
It's probably fair. I can't put out... I'm not aware of all the fires. Can't put them out. You know what I mean?
Fine. You find me someplace else that people won't think I'm weird and come after me and try to murder me with stakes and pitchforks. And I will find a new family. Like you.
She offers her hand.
Ollie's going to find some paper and a pen. And he says, your needs, I need to know. And he'll extend his hand, his giant hand, to her 9-year-old hand.
She shakes and she writes down her needs.
Ava, was there anything you felt like you wanted to chime in or say before we move forward?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Well, then how about on that handshake, we'll fade to black. We'll go to break. When we come back, we'll be with Cretius and Dakota and see what happens there.
All right, everybody. We will be right back.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back from break. I hope you got everything you needed. Sorry, looking up something very quickly. But we're good. Yeah, welcome back. We are. I hope you got your drinks, your water, your bathroom, all that good shit. And hey, if you're just joining us, feel free to join our Discord where you could talk about the show. Feel free to support us by heading to patreon.com/podbynight or subscribing here. It goes to paying basically everybody that plays, art, all that good stuff. And yeah, allows us to keep doing what we're doing. But we left off in a particular moment while Dakota went off to go visit somebody. Did you bring the book and the page?
I would have brought the book. The page is in my book, my personal journal. I'm not going to bring that up unless I have to because I cut it from this other textbook. Remember, I sliced the page from it. So the book is going with me back to Cretius, but I'm going to try to play it off like maybe I didn't steal a page.
Okay, gotcha.
The goal is to just not make that known. It's just a closed book.
So you get there probably a little early as he teaches night courses, and this is a weekday when you arrive. And so he's got courses he's going to finish, and especially if you just want to speak to him alone.
Yeah, I'm going to sit, I will stalk him until he knows that I'm there, basically.
Yeah, of course. You do what Dakota does. And when his final class finishes for the evening, and he goes to retire to his office, as he often does, Dakota follows in tow, not too far behind. And you are aware that he is aware of you as he makes eye contact with you once while he's leaving the room and notes that you're following him. But he says nothing on the journey. And I imagine, Dakota, do you catch up to him and walk side by side, or just keep behind him and kind of follow him?
No, because I try. He doesn't like attention drawn to the fact that, like, I don't want to be special. So I wait till it looks like maybe he's going to his office for office hours. Like, I will play into his whole student-teacher relationship BS.
And so he heads to his office, and as you make your way over there, you knock and make sure he has time, and he does wave you in and allows you to take a seat opposite his desk. And mind you, this is a college professor's office. It's really not that big. It's like, 10 by 10, probably, maybe a little bigger. But it's just his desk, the computer on it, a small regular window that leads to, the back end of the school where you can just see a bunch of walking paths and a parking lot. And just knickknacks and books that he has around. And as he sits, opens the door and waves you in, and he sits down rather comfortably on his office chair as it squeaks just a little bit as he leans back. He rests his hands kind of on his belly and watches you walk in as you shut the door. But he just awaits for you to open conversation.
I will pull the book from my backpack and just plop it on his desk.
He gently kind of pushes himself up and reaches out with one of his hands, placing all of his, the palm of it on, and drags it a little to him, but maintains eye contact with you and gently raises an eyebrow. So, what did you think?
It was an interesting choice of a read.
He sits at that. He pulls the book all the way off of the table, but rests it in his lap, and just continues to look at you as though you were going to expound on that idea.
I found it interesting in lieu of our last conversation that this is the text you pointed me to, and it took me a while to figure out why.
He nods, but still waits.
But its historical stories did not elude me.
I would hope not. It's a history book, Miss Rain.
I think what I'm trying to say is, I'm guessing you two have read this text.
Cover to cover multiple times over my decades here.
And how did you find the read?
The fascinating glimpse at the past of Kine.
In all my research, my extra credit in reading this book, I came across a connection to another name. Obviously, Ontai in this one caught my eye, but my
go ahead and make me a wits insight when you say that.
Okay. I'm at a 1.
Nope. Yeah,
I'm talking.
Yeah, you're talking. That's fine.
But another text. I was digging through, brought up another name, and I guess you could say I drew a hypothesis. You would happen to
interested in all ears.
You wouldn't happen
to hear
to
Miss
have
Dakota
any
Rain.
Reference text on a kindred called Montano.
He raises his eyebrows a bit and sits up a bit more straight in his desk as he then takes his book and spins his office chair around and neatly places it from whence it was taken, months ago at this point. He spins his chair back around and he just looks to you with just a stoic look of interest, I suppose, maybe just barely there. Says, "And why did this book lead you to a name, that name, and why do you believe it to be one of us?"
Well, I just, I saw it in a corner of another book written, somebody's notes, and a reference to De La Sombra.
He nods.
None of that
You
was
have
a
not-
all right? Technically,
no.
all of that was true.
No, I'm
It
trying to
was
think.
just his
Are you trying to
note.
hide anything in particular?
I'm not. I'm just trying. I don't want to lie to him,
Mhm.
but I'm not necessarily trying to be like, yo, I took a crayon to this book and I saw where you were writing about this guy called Montano. Tell me what the fuck's up here, Cretius.
So
I'm trying to be more subtle than that to see if he actually does have more information on Montano.
No, of course. You speak that, and he leans in a little bit, placing his elbows now on the desk, slowly getting more interested as you speak. In the story of Antai, what did you derive from that? What lessons do you feel are to be learned?
Many lessons can be learned from fabled tales, but historical ones tend to hold fact. The fact is that somewhere multiple thousands of years ago, the first iteration of the La Sombra came into being by some form of what I assume to be a sacrificial ritual by this Antai character slaughtering his whole village.
An interesting take. You believe that the historical events were a creation ritual.
I believe they were part of it. Why, I don't know. This is why I'm still learning, but fact says these events happened. I'm trying to figure out the truth.
What do you believe to be the truth?
I don't really know. And instead of hypothesizing my way through the truth, all I can do is hypothesize on the facts. And the fact of the matter is, well, depending on who writes them, yes.
Miss Rain, in all your time you've spent in the back of my classroom, listening, do you even have any idea what school of philosophy?
I imagine I would.
Is that something you think Dakota would pay attention to?
Oh, yeah, like, she takes his class very
Sure.
seriously.
He's a sophist. He's a sophist.
Okay. Well, you're a sophist.
And the core ideals of sophism. Refresher course.
Dakota would know that, maybe?
Go ahead and make me a intelligence academics check. It would have been it would have been one of your first lessons, so it would have been a while ago.
Rouse for that.
Sure.
This makes me nervous. Messy critical.
Hey, nice. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing I can think of that would like make this like.
Well, since
messy
Dot
and
doesn't know,
dangerous.
would Mathis like to tell everybody at home?
Oh no, yeah, I was yeah, sure. Well, I think what Dakota would say is the core ideas of sophism are the malleability of truth, the subjective nature of morality, the idea that everything that's presented may not be wholly real.
Right. Hey, and so I say that and I say, you know what, just the other day I referenced Schrodinger's cat, in, conversation, seems relevant. But yeah, I was listening.
He nods and he says, I am impressed
I mean,
with you, Miss Wright.
if you're going to show up to class, you might as well listen, right?
I do find it's in our endless nights where the moral absolutes of humanity tend to fade into twilight. And I enjoy keeping myself surrounded with what I once was. In these moments of confusion, it's good to remind yourself of what's real. Even challenge it. What you read in the book Do you believe it to be real, true, face value, or subtextually?
Well, we're usually taught to believe the history books. But
But if memory serves, are there not stories and examples said to be by scholars of this Antai and a metaphorical representation of the death he would bring?
I guess so. One way or the other, I have heard the Ontai story before, but not from a history book.
And where did you hear it from?
Secondhand, of course. But it was a fable given to Ava Heloise by Sybil herself. The story, though different, she called herself she spoke of an Otai, a woman, the last woman, turned by the La Sombra.
The last
elder,
and the only.
And
yes.
The only, yes. The similarities can't be denied, but the differences can't either.
I can appreciate your grasping for an understanding. But this was not a ritual that created the antediluvian. Truth is malleable and subjective. What was presented as metaphor was in fact truth. That pallid spirit that followed him around was him.
The antediluvian.
So it is believed.
And
he existed already.
Ontai would have been his first childer.
He nods.
So why the sacrifice?
Question I have been mulling for years.
Well, I know you keep light company, but if you wanted to mull it together, I am sitting here.
He doesn't smile or anything. He actually leans back a little bit at that. What else did you learn?
Well, the strange handwritten footnote that I have, tying to Montano to the La Sombra in some way, stands out in my instincts. Though the name, I don't know.
You are a sharp girl.
Survival instinct. I imagine somebody as old as you understands that.
I believe this Ontai is Montano. Montano is a kindred I have had the pleasure of only meeting occasionally, though he's been missing for millennia, longer, shorter. Sometimes the years pass and you lose track. He is a unique individual. Because you are correct. If I am right, and Ontai is Montano, then Montano was the first to turn away from his master.
Why?
A good question. A question for him if I can find him.
I guess you could say my research has led me to be looking into the La Sombra here in the city. Who's to say he's not already here?
I believe he's in the city as well. If I'm correct, understand Montano is historically important to the kindred as a whole. He helped create the Camarilla as we know it.
What say I have a theory? Well,
I would hold that tongue for now. I am intrigued to hear it, but not here and not now.
This is the only place Dakota's ever known Cretius to be, except for Elysium, so I don't know any other place.
You also saw him in the secret
the concrete
base with all the lights and stuff. I am he says, well, I'm intrigued, not now.
I guess my other research, has led me to believe there will be a ritual.
I do as well.
I thought maybe we could figure out what it is so it doesn't happen.
Well, I'm looking something up real quick.
Okay. I feel like Dakota's one step from saying the wrong thing to Cretius and him being like, well, you know, too much. You're done for.
Well, he gave you the book.
It's true.
So he wanted you to find the information.
And he bought my lie about, I guess it wasn't really a lie, it was a stretched truth about finding his footnote in the...
He takes a moment and spins his chair around again without leaving it. And you see him thumbing through a few of his texts that are laid out on the table and looking through what little he has in his shelf behind him. Before eventually he settles on one and pulls it from the shelf itself. Very similar to the other one. It is a rather boring looking textbook, though it might be a little newer than the one you had previous. And on the spine, it simply says, The Chronicles of Shadows, Resisting the Thrones of Tyranny.
My next reading?
He nods.
Okay, I take it and I put it in the backpack. Is it bigger or smaller than the last one?
About the same. It's about the same. Pretty thick. Probably like 300-400 pages.
I'll make sure to read the footnotes.
He nods, and as you do, your both attention is snapped as there a knock at the door, and a young man walks in. That's clearly one of his students.
Oh,
my evening appointment,
yes.
Mr. Rain. It was a pleasure having. Good evening.
You as well. If you happen to see our mutual friend, it might be nice for the three of us to meet. I have some new information.
He gives you just like a curt nod, more or less, and then his attention goes right to the student where he tells him to take a seat. And he pulls out like a manila envelope with some papers in it. And I imagine you step out and begin to head back to the Lights Out pub.
Yep.
It doesn't take you too long. You know, you're there. You get to the school and back pretty quickly. And maybe in an hour or so, you're there. And while you walk in, I imagine the conversation for the three of you in the back has tapered off for the most part, or just about to be tapering off for plot's sake. As you hear the skateboard muffled kicking first before the back door swings open and in walks Dakota.
I got another book.
I told you he was going to give you more reading.
That's
Is
a
this
good thing.
book larger or smaller than the last one?
So first off, check this out. Christian was like, come into my office. And I was like, cool, I'm going to sit here. And he was like, cool, what did you learn? And I was like, I learned these things. And I learned these things. And he was like, we had this whole conversation. He has been researching the Ontai story for a while. He seems to think that this history book may not be fact. Or that it is, of course, skewed like any other history book.
An unreliable narrator or whatever.
He has confirmed he too believes Montano to be Ontai, the first La Sombra.
Why do they always have so many names? Why can they not just stick with one name?
Well, I mean, let's be real. Ontai sounds way better in the story than Montano does.
Yes.
Sometimes you gotta reinvent yourself.
That being said, and maybe that's what happened. I mean, fucking 1,000 years old, right? He believes Montano is in the city. He says he's met him only a few times. He couldn't tell me why. He didn't tell me why.
Well, he said it's been like centuries since
he said centuries since he's seen him. But he too thinks he's in the city.
Why are there so many ancient vampires in Chicago?
Because we're immortal,
Why don't they go back
Ava?
Across the ocean?
Oh, yeah, let's just make it everybody else's problem. I think what I'm saying is Cretius is in the know. And we're clearly on the same path. He confirmed the Montano theory. And... yep. So, I have to read this book.
Do you tell them
what
else
miss?
he said about the fact that he was the first? He may have been the first child of
yes, he was the first. Yeah, I say that. I said that. I'm pretty sure.
Then he stepped away and then was part of the Camarilla.
But here's the thing we didn't know.
Or he made it.
He was the first to deny his desire to step away, to leave him, to turn.
Interesting.
I was completely transparent about the fact that we had kind of heard this story before, but more from Sybil's perspective in her little fucked up egotistical metaphor.
Another unreliable narrator.
So, what do you plan to do with all that information?
Well, it seems like we need more information before I can fully tie it all together. Tonight, we could not do anything related to the sandwich, because the truth of the matter is, for the first time, Ava's free. So we could go do anything we want. You can walk into a dark room, Ava, and not be worried.
Hey, the thing's gone.
Yeah, the thing.
Hey, that's great news.
Everybody seems so thrilled about this except me.
Are you not?
No, not really.
What did Saito do?
He didn't do anything. I actually said no to Saito for once, I guess. So maybe that's another way you should all be proud of me.
Someone's moving on.
I am proud of you. I didn't know that you said no. I don't know what you said no to, but...
Well, I mean, she said I could have him, and I said no. So
well, why'd you say no to that?
It didn't feel right.
She just was gonna give you Saito, and you said no.
She said, I can give him to you if you give me this book. And it just didn't feel right. You know?
Wait,
I don't...
Why? That's Saito's book. You don't need Saito if you give the Saito's book if you have Saito.
I know. And I know I was talking to the Dakota, to try to maybe I talked to her, bring him back. It doesn't feel right. If I said yes to Sybil to bring him back, what would have happened then? I don't know.
Why does she want that book anyway? It's just a stupid book of a stupid note. Saito saying dumb things like, I love Ava all over the place.
I wish it only said that.
There must be something more in there.
Wait.
There must be. And maybe now that we have more info, maybe I can...
Saito's book has whatever he did to undo whatever you did with the shadow, right? So that you couldn't
all of his
her.
Shorthand rituals are in there, more or less. Yeah.
Correct.
The last thing in there is basically what he believed to be the way to sever or protect Ava.
You couldn't hear her, right? After Saito did whatever he did, you couldn't hear the call of the shadow.
Correct.
Okay. Let's think about this. The antediluvian's coming back. He's hollering real fucking loud. She's gonna rip this fucking guy open as a doorway to let the antediluvian through. He's gonna be shouting at the rooftops. It's gonna be so loud that she can't deny it. She needs whatever's in Saito's book so that her or somebody else can ignore the call.
But you would also, guys, have the theory that she had the Book of the Grave War. That was what season 1 was. Oh, that's
right.
So she is already resisting the call.
She's already doing. Okay, right.
So
we knew that out. Too. Yeah. Okay. Yep. So
that theory wouldn't hold.
So what then does Saito have in his special little handwritten notebook?
Have you read this book yet?
It's hard. They've tried. It's hard because it's a lot of rituals and blood magic, and
Amy doesn't know because last time she saw the book, Ava
really
would not let her look at it.
Yeah, true. So that's all that's in there for them.
Yeah, I've tried, but a lot of it doesn't really make sense to me.
Well, maybe someone else could take a look at it.
Yeah, but everybody who wants it wants leverage, or to keep it for themselves, and I'm not handing it over.
Except those two motives don't fit Sybil.
Yes.
She doesn't need leverage over you. She has it. She had it.
Yeah. I don't know why Sybil wants this book. Why
would Sybil want that book? Either there's something in there she doesn't want somebody else to have, or there's something in there that she doesn't have.
There are two things in there you definitively know. One, his theory working out what the abyss is.
Right.
That's how you figured out, or at least had the theory that they made the abyss and the antediluvian may be one and the same.
Oh.
Which again, you did where the veil thins, and when you had something happen that you haven't told anyone yet, that was when you fucking saw and felt the nothingness
Oh.
essentially.
Okay, I'm
Mavis
sorry,
having
I-
yeah, no, no. And the
I-
only and the other thing is that it has, the only ritual in there that is in there is the one that's one he lost his life using to
Okay,
protect Ava.
yes. Maybe.
And every
she-
time Sybil comes knocking, who do you see first?
Saito.
Every time.
So she doesn't know that La Sombra, that the antediluvian is the abyss, but that
Ava
is,
just kind of says that. She's like,
Okay,
That-
correct. Yes, she.
but that is in this book. So if I handed this book over to her, she would know the one thing we know that she doesn't know, that her sire is the abyss itself.
Here's a question: do you think it'll change her mind? Will it change her plan at all if she figures this out?
Maybe.
I'm sure she'll have a contingency plan, a plan B, C, and D.
Maybe, but this is the one thing that like could be our, like, we do feel is like our gotcha, because she doesn't know. So
Thought. Saito died doing the thing to protect you, right?
which is also in this book, yes.
What if she needs added protection against her dad? What if she figures out the same ritual and it stops La Sombra from affecting her the same way that she has no effect
So
over
she's
you?
cut off the call, but that's what Saito did. She couldn't control you anymore through the shadow. What if he can control her through her shadow and she's trying to cut that piece off too?
I don't think it's unreasonable.
I don't either. Okay.
Maybe.
Ava, also a reminder, again, with the veiled things, you were trying to see if there were multiple voices, and what you ended up getting was the presence of something.
There was just one.
Yeah. Is that something you share?
Yes. I should. To help with our theorizing. When Sybil was taking the shadow away from me, it was excruciating, but for a moment, at first when she spoke with me, I heard what sounded like a cacophony of voices, and I thought maybe it was the other La Sombra that she was speaking or something. But beside that, when the shadow was taking over and I tried to see something in that moment, I think I saw the antediluvian. It was there when it was taking the shadow. So it is there also.
Okay, so one way or the other we have to decide, does she get the book or not? And the vibe I get is we want to keep the book from her.
I suppose, yeah. I didn't realize that this was so important. I mean, I knew it was important, but like I didn't know it was this important.
Oh, and Ollie, now that it's back here, you know that old Sun Chi's gonna find
Sun-Chi.
out.
We gotta do something to veil this book.
Rudy was also working with Saito.
He was.
Yep.
They were exchanging notes.
There's just more nails in the coffin.
You're right. I don't. There's a lot to think about right now. My brain is starting to hurt, even though it doesn't.
Mine's just coming
Really?
online.
He was also in the room at the end of season 1.
He was, and he never said anything.
Nope.
He didn't say a single fucking word.
Rudy?
He didn't
Correct.
say a word, because Cretius was also in that room. I
don't
this.
think Cretius was in there at the end of season 1 because I don't think he existed as a character yet. I don't think Chicago by Night.
Yeah,
was
he
out
wasn't in the room. It was just
Yet. It was
her.
all OG characters. It was Snitch that was in there.
Oh, it was Snitch.
It was
Okay.
Snitch, not Rudy. It still doesn't make sense why he'd hand why did he have the shadow in a box? And why would he want Bella to get it?
Hold up. Our sires are in on this, remember?
Mine's not.
Well, Sienna, remember that meeting that we had at
Diana.
beginning of the season? Those months ago?
Rudy was there. In that
Yeah.
basement.
They're
So I asked,
Seems to
what
be
side is
there.
Rudy playing? What side's he playing?
Sienna was a Toreador, though.
she's a
Mhm.
Toreador.
Tori,
But-
yeah, because Sienna's the one that
But
sired
she
Ava.
knows the whole plot. Like she's with Jackson really to stop the plot.
You were led to believe this has been a long-running rebellion, and that taking you was trying to take pieces off the board for themselves.
Was it Rudy or Snitch that was there?
Snitch was probably definitely there.
But
I'd have to go back.
Was Rudy in the room too?
If Sienna was there, it was Rudy.
Okay.
Because it was only because of that I was like, I asked him like, what are you doing? What side are you playing on? What is going on?
Yeah.
And he's always, you also, I think you said this last week, he's always around and you're never able to detect him no matter how hard you try. Dakota probably even she looks up, opens her mouth, then closes it and goes back to thinking.
So Montano is the first. He wins the affection of the antediluvian by slaughtering everybody,
which would lead him to be embraced.
We know.
He went missing.
Based on Sybil's stories and the conversation she's had with Ava, that she was slighted by her sire. That she didn't get the same respect that Montano did.
She was just abandoned.
She was abandoned. And after that, and supposedly, as per Cretius too, none of other female Lasombra were made.
Correct. What's the most predominant Lasombra in Chicago, by the way?
Aside from Sybil?
No. Men or women?
Oh, men.
It's men now.
Lasombra?
It was
now,
women.
but we had two rows
women.
for a long time. It was mostly women. Almost always you were running into as Lasombra.
So
he started knocking them out.
Yeah.
So Sybil makes a plan to recreate the Ontai story as a way to prove herself to her sire. Or, and here's the potentially really scary thought, she wants to get rid of the antediluvian, the one that slighted her, become it, and she's going to make somebody else live out the Ontai story and become her Ontai by slaughtering maybe all the male Lasombra along the way, whatever
their entire clan.
And what was the story of Ontai was that of him willingly throwing himself at somebody, and his task was to murder his village. And before you even learned of Ontai, what was the thing that Sybil was driving home to Ava? The whole crux of Sybil's faux choices, abusive choices. And it was always about a willing.
It has to be willing. This is why she took the shadow. It will be Celia that becomes the Ontai, the willing candidate to carry her shadow.
I love a good revenge story.
It's really just a bunch of really traumatized people that could use therapy, but I don't even know if they make therapists for people as old as 1,000 or whatever. I think the point I'm trying to make is the real Ontai story happened, and Sybil's attempting to recreate it to make a point to her sire. And in doing so, revenge. She's going to slaughter her entire clan. And now Celia is going to be the one to do it.
Kind of beautiful if you think about it.
I'm sure Sybil would say the same thing.
I don't even know what the fuck is going on, by the way, but I appreciate what's being said.
Which means you're not going to be Prince anymore. Celia will be.
I don't understand why she took that from me.
Because
you
weren't
willing.
You
I think that we've
into
addressed that
story
20
anymore.
times at this point.
You said yes to take the shadow, but we all know you didn't really want it, and you don't even want it now. And in fact, what she wants is everybody's attention. She wants her sire's attention. She wants the clan's attention. She wants the prince's attention. She wants the council's attention, and she wants Ava Heloise's full fucking attention. And you won't give it to her because your heart is all full of Saito.
And you didn't keep saying yes.
And you were supposed to be her as well because she was a seer as well. Sorry, go ahead, Emmy.
Also, you said something felt wrong. What was so wrong? Isn't that what you've been waiting for?
Yeah, I don't. It felt wrong to take that when she offered it to me. So yeah, maybe you're right. Yeah, that's it. I wasn't willing to take what she offered.
You know what? It sounds to me like you're just another person, another victim of a Lasombra enterprise and event. So instead of viewing this as the cup half empty, look at it half full here, kid. Buck up, light the fire under you, and do something about it.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know what would make you feel
Or
better?
not. You know, that's always a choice too.
A good date where somebody else buys dinner and treats you to wine you can't drink. And, you know, tells you that you're pretty. Dakota kind of makes eyes at Ollie, knowing, like, they have talked about something, and Dakota goes, you know, it's been a long time since you've hung out with Nero. Maybe you go see if he's busy this evening.
And when Nero asks me, how's the girl that I put in your care? What do I say? Oh, I'm sorry. She got taken and is now part of an ultimate plot to take over all of Chicago and the world.
Didn't Nero put her in your care specifically? He said this is now in your charge.
He asked if I could help because she was hearing voices, just like he's hearing voices, just like I was
Okay.
hearing voices.
All right.
So
Old
The
saying
difference
here.
is with Celia, though, she's the only one who can't understand the voice. You all could hear and understand what was being whispered to you whenever it
Yeah,
happened.
his was music.
Celia's is the one that, like, she was hearing
So-
whispering and she couldn't understand it.
Can I hit you with an
Which-
old saying here? You can lead a horse to water, but you can't force it to drink. All right? You provided her with a place. We gave her all the proper amenities that she frankly deserved at the time because she hasn't worked for shit. And now she's gone. You led the horse to water. You can't force her to drink. She ran off. She bailed.
Maybe I will.
Am I wrong, Emmy? Dakota? Am I wrong?
I mean, I would go on a date with Nero.
I think
That's
what
what
I'm
we're talking
saying
about,
is
right?
It might lift your spirits and put you in the company of some proper toreador, not La Sombra.
And it could give you potential clarity. He could see a side of things right now that you may not.
I'll ring him up.
Post Nero clarity.
Are you gonna go call him?
Yes. We don't really call, you know.
Right. However
but
you
I-
ring him
Vampire
up.
smoke signal.
Yeah, whatever you
Yes.
do. As Ava walks away,
As she walks away.
Dakota
yeah,
looks
yeah.
at Ollie and she's like, that went really well, but I'm a little concerned now. I'm thinking that maybe Nero is even more guilty than we originally thought.
Anyone that wants in Ava's pants is
No.
more guilty than presumed.
Hey,
Hear
I
me
take
out.
offense to that, first of all, because what am I guilty of other than being a very loyal and good friend to all of you?
Being a pain in my ass.
Bit of a
That's your
horn
fault, 'cause
dog.
you're just grumpy all the goddamn
I'm not
time.
grumpy.
Still burn
You
the
are
cheeseburger.
grumpy.
I'm not
It's your whole
grumpy.
characteristic.
That's
That's
not
what you
true.
are.
I'm not grumpy. You're grumpy.
Just because you don't see yourself for what you are doesn't mean I'm not going to sit here and call a tree a tree.
Are you
Okay?
gonna
Undercook the
psychoanalyze
fries.
me right now?
I
A little
covered
soggy.
the
I was
fries because
trying
I'm
to
also
make a
trying
point,
to keep
but
my
I'm not
life
even
in
gonna
be able
check.
to
There's
see
this
the
whole
whole
bar
bite either.
going chaos
Because-
around me.
You don't really know what it's like to chop an onion the right way. I mean, I have
please,
personal
please, Emmy,
grief.
please, for your mind powers alone, please, just turn me right now.
Grant,
Please don't.
God damn it! All right, he walks away at her silence.
what was
Emily
the-
just smiles and like I think kicks her feet. And she's sitting in the chair.
Okay, right. The point I was trying to make. She said Nero heard whispers too,
He woke up to music.
Music.
but he didn't hear the same whispers, right?
No,
No,
he's hearing
but he knew
music.
the song. But he
He knew the song.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
we've already talked about that. Okay, never mind. Ignore that. I didn't say that. Okay. So, the real question is, no, that's not a question. I don't trust Nero. I think he's guilty as hell and he's involved in some weird way in all this. We just don't exactly know how. And there's a part of me that believes he put Celia in Ava's care, knowing what could happen. Everybody else has been like, don't put Ava and Celia together. And he is the one who was like, here, Ava, I gift you this problematic piece of the puzzle.
Thought. If it looks like a duck, theory here, maybe he's just a seer. That's what my friend the witch said. She said she's a seer. She's hearing music. She's a seer. Nero could be a seer. It's not gender specific.
I'm still questioning why he gave Celia to Ava. That seems suspicious.
Freeze.
It's because he doesn't really know Ava that well.
Where did he get Celia? Who put Celia in his care? He just woke the fuck up. I'm saying something weird is at play, and either Nero is being used or he is using Ava.
I agree, but Celia said that she was found, she was caught, breaking the masquerade, and that the only person that even gave a shit, Mala style, much like Rudy to me, was Nero. Now, I agree, there's more at play
It's a
here.
bit convenient, doesn't it?
It is, completely. And convenience has never worked out for us before. I still think it's worthwhile to send her off there.
I do too.
Because
So
she's
what
not
did you
going to
want me to
die.
do exactly, Dakota?
Right now, I mean, we should really be focused on you just, like, not being killed. I feel like there's a lot of people that want your head.
Yeah, I think so too.
Like, lay low. DL.
You have that list of
No,
demands,
but
by
you
the way?
told me that I should
needs.
watch them next time they go on a date.
Oh, right. Yeah, we could use some eyes on the date to see if things get weird. Though I imagine it'll just be
I'll
really
do it.
fucking boring. No.
Should be me on that date anyway.
Yeah, Grant never got his date. I heard the story.
These
Should
all
wake up
are
hearing music. Maybe
not
I'll
my
be more
problems.
interesting.
Not my problems. These are not my problems. I cannot ask her back out again. Buy your own fucking suit. Make the appointment. Don't make Ollie do it for you.
She's got to say yes first.
It's a good start.
I asked last time. She said it was a joke.
Okay, well, maybe next time, lower your voice slightly and talk to her like she's a human being.
You're
And
being
not like
rude
she's a pair of
to me
titties.
right now.
Okay, I'm also like speaking to you man to man. All right, not vampire to human, man to man.
Yeah. Last time we got set up with the date didn't go so well. I got kidnapped by a bunch of cool people who gave me beer and let me watch football.
And we kind of sort of fixed that. We got you back.
Yeah, it was great.
Okay, well, it wasn't a total bust the way that you spelled it out, but we were hella worried. Everyone was hella worried. I couldn't go find you, but leave it up to Ava. Ava found you. You mattered to her. At the very least, she found your ass, not me.
Yeah, like I'm a cute puppy. All right. Now, if I could just be a cute vampire.
There's no such thing.
Well, Ava walks around here. She's looking a little like
You would use the term.
gaunt lately, like a little more gaunt, but I just figure she's having a hard time.
I didn't even know if you knew what the word gaunt means, Grant.
I read books sometimes.
You know what? Why don't we remain quiet so we possibly can eavesdrop in on Ava Heloise' conversation?
Ava, where do you go to contact Nero?
I normally would go to like a Toreador party and see him there or like
Yeah, that's
Baby
the only time we've
Chorus.
really bumped into him.
I might go find Baby Chorus because he's in it.
Yeah.
Oh,
You know where
he
the
is in
recording
Baby
studio is?
Chorus.
Yeah.
If you go to Baby Chorus and you don't bring Dakota, she's gonna be so mad at
yeah,
you.
I feel like Dakota, you know their tour schedule.
So she leaves for a little
Oh,
bit,
I
and
would
then like
absolutely not have their tour schedule memorized.
and then Ava wheels her way back like 15 minutes
What
later.
did you call him?
You know what I thought would be a better idea is he's probably busy with Baby Chorus. And I'm sure you know Baby Chorus's, usual evening routines.
Mathis, what are they doing tonight?
Oh, tonight they're probably just rehearsing.
Well,
They don't have any big shows scheduled
it's
for the
technically
near
not
future.
a weekend, and
Yeah.
they don't have any shows scheduled for tonight, so they would, not that I would know, but they might possibly be rehearsing at the studio.
That's what
I could
had
take you there so you
thought.
don't get lost.
Yes.
Can I come too?
Considering the fact the sheriff is the lead singer of the band, maybe your presence
shit.
would be off-putting.
Like,
I don't think it'd be that
who's
bad.
this?
Jackson knows, and the sheriff's not going to operate without Jackson's call, right?
Yeah, but I know for a fact Jackson don't tell him everything because he's sheriff right now. It's kind of a tricky. Not that
I
Damien.
mean, Nero doesn't know Emmy exists either.
Nero doesn't know. None of the people there know. If you want people to know you're here, that's cool. It's just gonna make them. And right now we're trying to keep it on the DL that you're hanging out with us, so that when you potentially go in to relieve the dagger, nobody knows it was us that sent you. So if they connect all the dots, okay. You know what? If you want,
You can stick with me.
Yes.
All right.
Wait. Yes, do that, Ollie. Wait. Yes, I have to think through things out loud. Wait, Ollie. I had Only if you're interested in, say, helping Sun Chi get what Sun Chi wants.
Can I suplex her through a table?
Well, I was going to leave that to Lupine.
You have my attention.
Well, I thought, since she wants, to have a Lupine show up at the Chantry, we could arrange that.
Oh.
Only if you're feeling really saucy about it.
I mean, I have a chip on my shoulder, sure. I'll carry it to my second grave. I'm not trying to take the express train.
Okay, well, everybody takes a different
I mean,
train.
I don't have, I have a feel like the only Lupine that I know is the girl, and something tells me that if she sees me, she's not going to remember the sweet cheeseburgers and mac and cheese that I made for her. Unless she does, in which case, hey, great. But if she has any recollection of her time as a werewolf, she might remember me spearing her into a wall and then trying to throw her out the building.
Ooh.
Yeah, I'm kind of confused about that, too. I haven't really shown my face to her either. I can think what I'm saying is, I was looking, to get some proper revenge against Sun Chi, but if you're... We can look for a plan B, something a little less extreme.
Before we make that Operation Revenge occur, maybe we try to keep that thing, since Ollie doesn't actually have any more of Celia's blood.
Oh?
Because Sun Chi has all of Celia's blood.
Fuck. Well, you know what? Maybe Sun Chi will find something she wasn't planning on finding. Especially now that the shadow's connected to Celia.
And the book is back.
Right. I don't know what to do about that.
You're going to have to get some extra insight. It means we're either going to have to take it to Rudy or someone who can decipher the gobbledygook in there.
What if the two of you, I don't really know how rabbis work, but maybe he'll, save your soul or something. We have a rabbi we haven't looked into.
Cyrus?
Maybe you could take your daughter to go have her soul saved.
Oh, and what is that? How is that going to help
He's
us?
a leather Lasombra. We ought to see if he's still around, if he's also getting the call, if we can figure anything out about him, who's around him, what his protection detail is, the works. I mean, not if you're not looking to do any grunt work, but I had a feeling, maybe a very cute, unsuspicious child might not give it away.
Okay. Yeah, I'll see what I can find.
Um,
You down to ride tonight, Em?
All right.
Maybe we're gonna have to Uber if you don't want to take the skateboard.
Nope.
Word.
Okay. Whatever you said, I believe you.
You're muted or something.
Yeah,
Joanna.
yeah. It didn't pick you up.
Oh. See if I
That's
can
fine.
fix that.
I can hear you now. Can we, on that, do you mind if we fade to break for a moment?
Sure.
I have to take a call really quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. We're gonna take a
It's
quick break,
35
and we'll be
minutes.
right back.
everybody. Thank you for giving me those 5 minutes. Don't worry, everything is fine. It was just parents being ominous because they're parents. We are going to continue with where we left off with, which was Ava and Dakota. Anybody else going to the?
No, I think we're going
rehearsal?
to seek
Right.
out baby chorus, and they're going to
They
go.
won't
maybe
let me.
It's a smart decision.
Yeah,
and then,
no, it is.
they're
I've
going to
got
go
other
visit this
plans.
rabbi.
Yeah. Okay. So let's first, we'll move over to the typical rehearsal place of these of the band where you've been. Dakota's been at least a handful of times at this point, and you know how to get there pretty instinctively by now. And when you arrive, as expected, while the front doors are locked, you make your way around back, and you can hear through the wall the very muted rhythmic thumping of a song being played on the other side. As you make your way to the back door, you can actually see the back doors being stuck open by about 2 inches with just a wad of papers kind of jammed in it. And outside, there's just a gentleman of like older age smoking a cigarette. And as you wander around, and he just kind of pulls a cigarette out of his mouth. We're closed tonight. Sorry. Just, he just kind of points like, get out.
Have I seen this guy before?
No. Yeah, you looking up down. He's wearing like blue jumpsuit overalls. Very, probably like maintenance or cleaning.
Well, we'll hang out till the band's done.
He just shrugs. Okay. And he just goes back to smoking and awkwardly like hangs around. Like I imagine until he's done.
This back alleyway, I'm guessing there's some graffiti. Are there any signs of Kindred graffiti on the block
absolutely.
of the...
You noticed signs of just typical like stuff that you've been studying for the most part. Nothing like
the cam's
no
probably
feeding
marked here. No
Yep.
feeding. No. Okay.
Yep.
So then I shouldn't leave a gangrel tag. That might be bad form.
Yeah, maybe not where a lot of kindred of
Okay, I won't mark
political
this
sway.
area then. I think about it really hard.
Yeah.
And then I'm like,
So
so we come by here all the time. We could just pop in to hear him practice.
he just shakes his head and he's like, can't allow it, sorry. And then he takes his last drag and he kind of just pushes it up against the wall behind him until it goes out, and he flicks it to the ground in the snow, and he just gives you a nod. And as he pulls the papers out and goes to like just let it close. Do you do anything before he does any of that?
Not even for Ava Heloise and Dakota Rain.
I mean, that's good. Okay, I was gonna Dakota, not so subtly.
Just drop. I'm just gonna name drop. Fuck it. If you got a name worth dropping, drop it.
He wouldn't recognize the name, but
Oh.
Ava can do things if
Yes, yeah.
he looks at her.
Yeah.
Yeah, are you gonna do anything? That's what I thought you were getting at. Dakota was like,
oh.
but don't you know Ava Heloise? And she's just like shining when she
And
looks
maybe
over.
she
Sparkles.
does. Dakota meant it
Entrancement.
genuinely.
Yeah. Is it transmit a rouse check or no?
It is a rouse check.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Good. I'm not hungrier.
No. Perfect.
Um.
Go ahead and make your roll. Oh no, you don't have to make the roll because he's a human.
This is
so-
I do get a penalty though, but this will. I'll basically like. I think I cancel.
You take
out.
it's social rolls with mortals. You get a -2.
Yeah.
But entrancement is if you want to put the power up, I mean, you can read. The whole thing.
Yes. Let's see again.
The supernatural, basically. You don't have to win any contest here. Lasts an hour plus. The vampire can read blah blah. The user adds your presence to your rating of any social die. So while you're technically taking a -2, what's your presence rating?
4.
4. Yes.
So you're gonna technically have an overall +2 to your social roll. And what is it that you say? What are you trying to do? I mean, I'm imagining I'm about to call for a manipulation persuasion.
Yes. I would just. Please, we're just here to see the band.
Go ahead and make me a manipulation persuasion. Do you have awe on too or no?
It's free.
Hey,
Let's
awe
dou-
is free.
Let's double it up.
Might as well.
So, yeah, I'm gonna just do if this is the same dice pool.
But when Dakota goes, but even for Ava Heloise, and he turns, like his eyes, he does pause, and you see him just not subtly look her up and down. Wow,
Oh,
goddamn.
okay.
With 5 successes, there's barely a beat between you asking as politely as you can muster and him simply stepping out of the way and holding the door open. He goes, just don't tell anybody it was me who let you in.
What? And as we pass him, I'm like, what do you do that I don't do? I don't get it. Like, I was nice. I said, please.
It's the power of the blood, Dakota. Don't worry. You are also
Bullshit. It's bullshit.
You have.
I call bullshit.
You know what?
Ava, they're practicing.
It's just that you wheel around and the door's shut, but it's the recording area where, there's that glass wall that separates the band recording and those listening on the other side. And the door to that is shut. Does Dakota reach over and see if it's unlocked?
Is there a window or anything I can peep in?
There's a tiny window in the door surrounded by a thick metal frame.
Let me just peep and see what. Let me read the room before I come opening doors.
And as you peek in, you would see all the familiar faces. You can barely see the band on the other side of the plexiglass playing with headphones on and recording a song that might be a new song. You don't recognize a song, and you have listened to all of their records many times.
Nobody knows.
But you also see what's her face in there as well. The Toreador that runs and is their business management.
Oh yes, Kathy.
Kathy. Yep. And you see her sitting on the other side, and she's kind of like just dancing along. And there's a moment where she reaches over and presses a button. The stops. There's a muffled conversation. You just see Damien's head nod, and then they pick up again and they start over.
When they pick back up, so the band is like busy.
Yep. The minute Baby
I'll
Force
try
starts
to
up.
actually I'll tap or like wave through the window to see her to see me because Kathy will know
Okay,
who
you're
I
gonna tap
am.
on the window. It's gonna be. I'm gonna make a roll. Maybe she'll see you. Maybe she will. Let's see. Oh, that was actually the tab I needed. There we go. Just gonna take a penalty of successes off because she's kind of deaf right now. But still, as maybe some time passes and you're kind of relentless, waving and tapping and maybe banging at one point when it seems to be going to a lull in the song.
Don't want to disturb the band. That's the number one.
No, yeah, she does look over like she hears something and she sees you. Oh, and she gives you like a very wide smile that, as all Toreadors, cannot tell if it's genuine or fake, but they always look genuine. And she strides over to the door and actually pops it open a crack. She's like, if you're here, just give us another 5 minutes and I'll be right out. She smiles.
I just wink. That's all I need.
Yep. And she shuts the door and the
known
song.
we were going to be left waiting.
5 minutes pass unless any conversation happens. The door opens and she actually ushers you in. All right, come in. I apologize, but we don't want you hearing it until it's actually final. So whatever little preview you got on the other side,
I didn't hear anything.
Keep it to yourself. And she gestures to a couple of chairs. What can I do for you, ladies? I did not expect to see the both of you tonight. Hell, I didn't expect to see either of you, but both of you at the same time, even rarer.
I was just escorting Ava over here. I'm just chilling.
Yes, I was hoping to see if Nero was available after practice rehearsal today.
She takes a moment. I don't need him for anything tonight. I think the only one that's heading anywhere is Damien, but to the Ivory Tower, as is his duties.
Of course.
But yeah, I'm sure when Nero comes out, feel free.
Yes, it's been a while, so I was hoping him and I could spend some time.
Are you okay, Miss Eloise? I can call you Ava, right? I don't need to call you Miss Eloise.
Of course, Kathy, you can call me Ava.
Seems like a sparkle is missing that you usually carry. Where's the excitement in your voice that you tend to have?
Yes.
Everything okay?
It's all right. I think I just need some time out.
Thus Nero.
She just holds her hand up. I dare not pry now, and she smiles. Well, I'm off. I have things to take care of this evening, and have a good night, both of you.
You too, Kathy.
She walks by with a brisk pace, and you can hear her heels go from the carpet in here to the tiles on the outside, and the door shuts behind. As you look in, you can actually see Damien is actually looking over and sees the both of you, and he's looking at Dakota when he gives a very gentle, quick little wave.
Try to play it cool.
Yeah. And as he does, as you wave back, he gives a very, very small smile. And then he goes back to packing up his guitar and things to go. Nero, on the other hand, does see, but doesn't wave or anything. He does give a pleasant smile, but he has conversation with the band for a while, and he seems to be the last one that's lingering as they slowly filter out until it truly is only Nero left, and he makes his way out of the recording studio into the room where you are were waiting, listening. And as he smiles to the both of you, has Dakota met Nero once or twice?
Briefly. As much as I have across the band backstage.
They haven't had much
yeah.
conversation, but
yeah, that's fair. So he would know your name, but he gives you a smile, and but first he greets, my lovely Rose, and he reaches for your hand.
Nero.
He brings it up and just gently kisses the knuckles of your fingers before bringing it down.
Dakota.
And my memory maybe fading or failing, but I don't believe I've been properly introduced to Miss Dakota Rain.
Well, now you have. I am Dakota Rain.
And he reaches forward, but this time it's not like a palm up, it's a palm sideways, like a shake of the hand gesture.
Yeah, I guess I'll shake his hand if that's what he does.
He gives you a pleasant smile. I did not expect to see the two of you this evening. How are you? How is Celia?
I was just escorting Ava over here, sister
Well, I appreciate you
type
keeping
stuff. He
looks to you and just kind of in his pleasant tone, just, I appreciate you keeping her safe.
I hope you'll do the same this evening.
He nods, of course.
Yes, I was wondering if you weren't busy this evening, wanted to spend some time out. Maybe we go to one of our usual spots.
He looks like he thinks about it for a moment, breaking eye contact, but within a second or two, he nods. I would love that. That sounds like a lovely way to spend the rest of my evening. Shall we then? And he just kind of gestures for you to take his arm.
Yes, let's.
And he turns to you, Dakota, and is like, it was a pleasure meeting you.
Oh, you as well, Nero. Can I get a read on this guy? Is he sus as fuck?
You're welcome to Wits Insight me if you would like to.
This is that moment where the date comes to the door to pick the daughter up. I'm going to rouse.
Okay.
Because I don't believe Ava knows.
No.
Can see it for herself.
No. She dated Saito.
Yeah, but that ended up being the one that was telling the truth to Dakota.
That's true. I have.
That's true.
We have not unpacked that yet, Mathis. Nobody's asked about it. Dakota's just suppressed that piece. Okay. 6 die is not so bad. Only got 2 for willpower.
You want to
I want to
too?
know. I really like Dakota. Just doesn't trust this guy. I got 1 more, so 3.
With 3, I think Dakota maintains her level of distrust. It's hard to get a read on him. He's very ethereal, is a good way to put it, with the way he speaks and the way he carries himself. The way he walks is almost as though he's gliding. He maintains a level of older, what do you call it? Chivalry that he seems to carry, but it's in a very it's hard. He's a Lasombra. I mean, he's a Toreador rather. So you no, that wasn't a slip up.
Freudian
No,
slip.
it was not a Freudian slip.
I just don't trust
Nero's a
him.
Lasombra.
Yeah.
Freudian
But yeah, you don't. But nothing. It doesn't sound like his words are any less slippery. It doesn't sound like there's not something you just can't grab onto and feel good about. So
Okay.
I think
Well-
Dakota probably doesn't feel any better or worse about him.
Okay, well, I still don't trust him. But I'm awkward, and it was awkward seeing and witnessing their entire interaction. And so as they're leaving, Dakota's like,
Very different from how she and Saito were
Dakota's
together.
like, have fun. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. Just weird.
As he steps out, he doesn't respond. Does Ava say anything, or does she also just as they step out and a car wheels around to pick the both of you up, as always with Nero? He says, "I had a place in mind, a new little spot that has an old bottle of cognac that I'd love to taste."
Oh, I'm quite intrigued.
He smiles and opens the door for you before, as you step in, he wheels around and also sits in the passenger side in the rear, and the car rolls away. But our vision doesn't follow. Where is Dakota going? Out of
That's a
curiosity?
great question. You said the band departed.
Yeah, they all kind of went at separate times.
Where did
too.
Damien go?
You were told that he was heading to the Ivory Tower. He had business to do. That was what Kathy said. He was the only one.
Oops, I just happened to, on 4 skates, take the same path towards the Ivory Tower because I'm just out for an evening stroll.
So you're hoping to bump into him.
And I'm hoping I'll be faster than him because he's on foot and I'll at least be on the skateboard. So if I just...
Not that he's far, and you absolutely do move faster than he is. Do you have any... Are you going to use anything to make yourself move a little faster? Like fleetness or something? You are flying.
I don't want to look desperate. And
No,
I
no,
don't even have fleetness. I have rapid reflexes, which doesn't really help.
Vera
me.
has fleetness. Sorry,
Yes.
I got confused because
So-
you used it in combat recently.
Yeah,
That was
so
very-
I don't have fleetness, so I
Okay,
have
no,
to do
yeah,
it
that's
the old
fine.
school- But I know these streets like the back of my hand.
Yeah, you do. Do you climb buildings or do you stay in alleys? If you climb buildings, I want a Dex Athletics roll from you no matter what.
How about this? I imagine this is Dakota hits all fours on the skateboard, and if she needs to
that's fine.
climb, she will climb. If she
Yeah,
needs
you
to
won't need to
parkour off a
necessarily, but-
freaking building and then land on the skateboard and skip a block, that's what
That's
she
what
does.
I was getting at. Is like if you decide to do some climbing, I imagine your parkour
Let's
will
just,
come in.
yeah, I'll just parkour. Yeah, you know what?
Yeah,
We'll just
give me a Dex Athletics with a parkour specialty.
Yeah, we'll just skateboard and parkour our way
all your way over to Damien
accidentally
as fast as you
Damien
can.
at a 7.
Oh, beautiful! Thank God he didn't messy critical, because then you would have probably
Bit the
came
bullet.
out a little desperate accidentally. You actually see him a couple blocks before you even have to worry about like being embarrassed and catching up too quickly. You can see him strolling on his own down a main street sidewalk as a bunch of civilians are just passing by as he's making his way to the ivory tower.
I need to be in front of him, so it looks like I was there already.
Yeah, you can easily make a couple
so
quick
like maybe I'm
turns
like
around
doing
alleyways.
a wheelie on a corner, or like popping something onto a like the skateboard on a bench or something.
Sure.
So that I'm there, but I'm not like there.
So you situate yourself ahead of what his known walk is going to be, and you're going to hang out and wait for him to pass you.
Yep. Yeah, totally cool. I'm so cool.
I'm sorry, but I need to call for a roll for this. I love that you try to act natural.
Yeah, I'm like, yeah,
I'm sitting
you gotta
here
pop a
trying to be
wheelie,
like,
and
I'm
it's
all
like,
okay.
fucking...
I can do this. Let me get open a sheet real quick. Give me a composure performance.
Okay. I have nothing
No, that's hilarious. That's great.
for this except for composure, so this is
Okay,
just
that's
gonna
still
be a
something.
dead roll.
Hey, you might roll. I love it.
I rolled a 1.
Okay, you rolled a 1.
I'm
You
sitting
could
on a
also.
bench.
yeah. You're sitting on a bench. You're probably looking over every so often, like seeing, make sure he's coming. But eventually, he does walk by you, and he does stop short as he like seems to almost miss you, and he stops and he's like, Dakota, you waiting for the
Damien.
bus?
Oh, nope. I was having a problem with my skateboard, and I needed to fix the wheel.
And I like to imagine in that moment you like kick your
Pick my
skateboard upside down,
up, and I'm like reaching in my
Yeah.
backpack for a turnkey.
And he's like, oh damn, what happened?
The ball bearing's just not. It's just not tight enough.
As you tighten the ball bearings a little bit,
What
he
are
gives
you
you kind
doing?
of a nod. Got to clock in for the shift, and he gives like a half-assed smirk at that.
Band practice was great. Not that I was listening, because I told Kathy I wasn't.
He gives he just kind of nods at you. Well, I'm not supposed to give you a preview of the song.
What preview?
I might be able to drop off a CD at, say, your pub later.
That'd be great. I will list. Yeah, that would be swell. Yep.
He nods and is like,
That'd be
don't tell
cool.
Kathy.
I could give you my honest opinion.
Exactly. I'd love an outsider's perspective. Kathy, I love her to death. She's got us where she is, where we are, but she's very Toreador. And you say that simultaneously. And he actually like stops and he looks at you for a moment, and there's that beat of like, yeah. Yeah.
Well, look at that. My wheel's all fixed. Just in time for me to ask you if you want to walk together to the ivory tower.
He shrugs. Yeah, I could use some company.
Cool. Yeah, let me.
And he just kind of motions like, come on then, and he starts walking.
Get up quickly.
Yeah.
You know how to put the skateboard away.
Yeah.
I imagine we walk in silence unless he has something to say, because I'm too
No,
like.
yeah, he doesn't say anything unless you do. He's very to himself.
I will say so. Cretius has been in rare form recently.
When isn't he?
Sometimes.
I guess he shrugs. I don't know. He's just an old fucking man to me. Always seems to be grumpy when I'm there too. Dude's got a 4,000-year-old stick up his ass or something.
And a lot of books. He's got a lot of books.
He just shakes his head. Something about them that just always want what's already fucking gone.
Well, you seem to have a strong perspective on Cretius. Imagine you.
He shakes his head. Cretius is a good man, just an annoying one.
Dakota thinks but does not say, aren't all men? Well, what is new?
Really just been toiling away at our music recently. Really gearing up for the release of the new album, hopefully. Speaking of, I'm sure Kathy will talk to you about it, but we've been in the preliminary stages of planning another show, and the theater's been great.
Yeah, we would love. We'll host another party. It'll be super cool. Super cool. Yeah. Yep.
He, little small talk here and there, but is Dakota equally
Yeah,
as like?
she. I think right before we get to the Ivory Tower, she's like, I never had to do your job. I was close once.
I heard.
But I do know that there are like things that can't fall always under your purview. But the information is still important. You could like tell me,
Yeah, what are you getting at, man?
I think what I'm saying is, one of our mutual friends has brought me in the fold on a lot of stuff, and since you're sheriff now, there are certain things that you just can't handle.
He bites his bottom lip and gives a curt nod. Yeah, I think I know what you're saying.
So, yeah.
You okay?
Yep. Everything is great. Nothing is wrong. The city is definitely not crumbling.
He a little breathy laugh. Hopefully, well, Jackson's always seen things through.
I have zero doubts. That's why I'm still here seeing it through.
Yeah, that's why he leans on you so much.
I have a feeling he leans on you too. He just can't fully right now.
It's because you and I are good at what we do.
Yes. Yes.
Imagine
What is
if
it?
we were a team.
I don't think that I'm gonna be allowed on any Camarilla teams anytime soon.
Don't hold your breath, mate. But never say never.
Somehow I feel that my value lies outside of their jurisdiction.
He just kind of goes along with what you say.
But
yeah.
Never say never.
And the Ivory Tower comes into view, and he very quickly changes the conversation to something much more light and casual. And as it comes to the front door and he departs, he just says,
right
"Good night."
before he goes in, I say, "Hey, I don't I know the cameras are close, so I will have to be close. I heard there's an Elysium coming. I've requested one specifically to welcome in the pack of gangrels. It'd be really cool if you were cool to them. You know what I mean?"
I ain't got nothing around against your clan.
No. I think from a political standpoint, it'd be really nice to show a little respect after the last Elysium. A favor for me, if nothing else.
He well, again, seems to internally take that in and chew on it, and he's like, "Yeah, we can talk about details later. How's that?"
Yeah, we could. Yeah, we'll meet up again later. That'd be really. Yeah, maybe when you drop the CD off.
That's exactly what I was thinking. And he smiles. Be safe, Dakota.
Yeah, you too, Damien.
Always. And he steps into the front doors of the Ivory Tower.
I lean and I wave.
He's not looking behind him.
Not at him, but at the front desk.
Oh, at Katie?
Katie, yeah.
As you see Katie eagerly wave back.
Just a little wave before I hit the ground running again, because if he's coming back tonight with a CD, I'm going to be at Lights Out.
So you're taking off. Yeah. Meanwhile, Ollie, Emmy, where were you heading again? To speak with whom?
We were instructed, or at least we were suggested, to go see Father Basaris.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, you learned his name. You think he's one of the 12. As to what exactly you want to do with him, I'm not entirely clear.
So, yeah, we could go hunt out Father Basaris. That's an option, I suppose. We could go figure out where he is, what his detail is like, if he has any detail.
Just creep on him a little bit. Watch him.
Or we could go try to find Rudy.
How do you plan on doing that?
Could ask around. He's always got eyes out. We're looking for Losambra, right? Why not try to find an old one?
You've also bumped into him into the cathedral underground.
He also was hanging around when
Just
Ava
like
did
a
that premonition.
couple of streets away.
Yeah.
Last time I saw him, he was just hanging out in the alleyway.
Yeah, I got a pretty good idea that
All I
he's
did was
at
go
least gonna.
booty, and then he showed up.
Yeah, it's thought. So I don't know. Maybe just put the word out and go out there and see if we beat feet, see if we can find them.
All right, that sounds fun.
I have a
You-
feeling that he may see to me alone. Might take me a little while, but if he sees you there, probably gonna at least spark some interest. Plus, I ain't had you both in the same room together.
Why would you want to see us in the same room together?
Oh, come on. Grandma, Grandpa, it's perfect.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Where exactly are you going to physically look? Where would be your like primary place? Would you head into the labyrinth? Or would you stay above ground? And if above ground, where above ground?
The last couple of times I've taken any lady into the labyrinth, it's gone poorly. So I'd rather
Well, you got attacked
not.
while you were with Damien too. I wouldn't say it's gone well for any time you've taken anyone into the labyrinth.
That's fair.
I thought it went pretty well when we went.
I mean, yeah, you got attacked. That was
Yeah.
fine.
The last lady, though, that went previous to that, she wound up added to a collective of tree roots.
Some
And
would call her a hero.
yeah, that's a way to look at it. So we could start on the surface before we start heading underground.
Ooh, going underground.
Where on the
Do we need a
surface do you go?
shovel?
You won't need a shovel. I'll do all the heavy lifting, I promise.
I mean, we'll start putting her stuff back in her backpack and put her backpack on.
Where above ground would you go? Like where would you just like alleyways nearby where you've kind of bumped into them before, or is there like something specific you think of?
The former. So that
Okay.
where we've seen him thus far.
Yeah.
And in an effort to not look supremely weird at like 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, walking with a 9-year-old, Ollie's going to drop his hand down and portray the role of the adult, the parent in the situation.
That
Oh.
immediately fixes a lot of questions that would otherwise, I think, be
I mean, would
asked.
immediately grab his hand.
Fantastic. And so you go
she'd
for
be
a
skipping.
stroll. It's grandma and grandchild.
And I'm holding lamb chop in my other hand.
So you go wandering. Is there any do you call out his name or any of that stuff, or you just kind of make yourself present and visible and kind of hope for the best? I just want to get an idea of what I'm seeing in my mind's eye here.
Well, I think I'd like to start with that alley. And if things look a little dry there, I want to go to that rooftop where I saw him shadow step.
Yeah, when he walked away from you.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you go walking for probably a couple hours then, at least the beginning before you start thinking about sewers or what have you. And one of the last places you're going to check is that rooftop. And you make your way similar. Well, do you pick up Emmy and go to a back alley and then leap up into the air and do it that way?
Probably that way. Using as much of like scaffolding or anything that he can get his hands on to kind of pull himself up.
Yeah, I mean, you're welcome to make me a Dex athletics check if you just want to climb things.
Do that adult thing where you reach under the kid's arms and then swing him up around over neck to wear him like a cape. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So Dex athletics.
Yes, sir.
Or would this just be easier being my
I mean, it would be
my
easier if you
discipline?
just leapt. Yeah, if you just leap, you don't have to make any.
Let's go with the we'll just utilize the discipline.
Okay, go for it.
I
leap
don't.
up.
I don't have to roll for anything.
Yeah, no. So you use it and you fly up to the roof and you stand there, maybe looking around, waiting for however long Ollie's a patient individual.
Yeah. If it's a few minutes pass.
Yeah, absolutely.
You kind of you'll get the sense that like his patience isn't thinning, but he's kind of running
we
at
do
like
something. We're just standing here.
He'll start tapping. He's like, "Come on, Rudy. Come on, man."
After another few minutes, the silence of the rooftop, obviously barring the car sounds and such below, is broken by not a voice, the sound of a rhythmic clicking.
I will turn to face whatever's clicking.
Yeah, same.
See a Nosferatu, small, with a lighter, clicking open and shut, open
You've recognized them?
and shut. Ollie does. It's Flick.
Flick.
Oh.
It's been a while.
He nods and kind of keeps eye contact down. Where you want?
I'm looking for Rudy.
I know why.
Well, I think that's it's kind of a personal thing.
He wants to know why. Why?
I need some answers. And I think I've finally put enough together that I have some real questions for him. Nothing so circular in logic.
He doesn't answer immediately, but the lighter's rhythmic clicking fills the awkward silence for a while. Okay, I'll tell him.
Thanks, Flick.
Might not come.
I know he might not, but I'm hoping that he does.
Tell him, please.
I will tell him, please. And
Thanks, Flick.
on one last click shut, he vanishes from your sight.
Well,
You get left there for a little while. Is there any conversation or is it awkward silence between the two of you, which is totally fine too?
I think we sit down. I don't really feel like standing much anymore. Plus, I kind of stick out, even if I am on a rooftop. Too damn tall.
That seems like kind of boring.
Being tall?
And he kind of stands and starts like kind of balancing herself and holding lamb chop.
You know, if you were a normal kid, I would tell you don't do that. But if you fall, like, it's not going to kill you, right?
Not that I know of.
AM, what do you want out of a family?
Well, I think a long time ago, maybe I wanted to like have somebody who loved me and cared about me. Maybe, worried about me a little bit sometimes. But now I don't know.
What does it mean to be family now to you?
Not sure. It's been so long.
What was your family like before? Can you remember back that far?
I try, but sometimes it's really hard to remember before. Do you remember before?
Oh yeah, I remember before. It was good. Mostly it was good. You would have
think it
liked
was
my
hard.
boy when he was young. You would have liked him. You wouldn't have liked him so much before he died.
What happened?
He got caught up in this pretty hard, and I tried to get him out. And I thought I was doing the right thing, and it turns out that even your best is not everything that needs to be done. So my best wasn't the absolute best, apparently, and he got caught up, and he wound up in the arms of Layla. And she
Or maybe he
twisted.
made choices.
He did. But I'm sure you've come to realize that kids have very soft and impressionable minds. He was no
Maybe.
different.
But sometimes they just make decisions.
He did. And I did.
And you can't feel guilty for his decisions.
You're right. I can't feel guilty for his decisions, but I can still feel guilty that I lost control and I killed him. That was my fault.
Here's a pickle.
Yeah.
I've done that a few times though, so.
I'm making amends with that. And Dakota she kind of has a way of picking apart my puzzle. And she sees that mostly that I'm stupid. That's what, in different words, and at least the way that I'm reading is I'm just a big old stupid. I need to embrace who I am.
So what's the thing with you and Dakota?
You want the long and dirty or something shorter? You want Cliff Notes?
Well, I heard that you guys had, there was something there before.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I love her.
Aww.
She gets
Well,
me.
what are you going to do about that, dum-dum? You can't just sit there.
You're right. I can't, but I got to see through a lot of my own shit first. You ever? Well, never mind. I was gonna
Hopefully
say.
she's patient enough to wait then. Or someone else might just scoop her up and love her more than you.
Hey, and that's okay. That's okay. That's something that I've come to realize is that sometimes you miss your shot, you miss your opportunity, and
You're
well,
so gloomy.
no, I'm a realist.
You're
There's a
like
difference.
Eeyore.
Nah.
Yeah.
So what would you have me do?
Tell her how you feel. Tell her
She
you
knows.
love her.
I have. I
Okay, well
have.
then less talk, more action.
What does action look like? Do you want me to sweep her off her feet and carry her off to a? She would hate that.
Okay,
She
well
would
what
hate
would
that.
she like? And you have to think about what she wants.
She wants support. She wants to be reminded that she is strong and that she's competent and capable. Sometimes
Then do those things.
I think she wants people to tell her that she's beautiful. But sometimes I think that she really just doesn't need all that from me.
Or she does, and you just think that because you're being a dum-dum.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you for this therapy session. But you still didn't answer my question. I appreciate that.
Hey, but you got a little something out of it.
Yeah,
Now
I
you know.
guess. Yeah, that's neat. I'll write that one down. That I'm a big dum dum. Thanks. So how about that family
that
thing?
part? That's what you took away from this? You really
That's what
are
you
a
keep telling
dum-dum.
me. Oh my god, I'm gonna throw you off the fucking building.
Try.
Don't test me, little one. You're having too much fun with this.
Ollie loves Dakota. Ollie loves Dakota.
Ollie's afraid that people are gonna get hurt because of him. So I'm starting small, coming to terms
People
with
will
it.
get hurt.
And you
That's
you
what
know,
happened.
you need family, and you want, even if you don't need it, you might want someone to care about you.
Here's the thing. If you care about people, or if they care about you, they're just going to be in harm's way. And sometimes it's you that's harming them.
You aren't wrong. You aren't wrong. You know, I'm taking a risk with
No.
you, right? So this is me trying to put myself out there, because even if you pretend like you don't remember much about my mom, I still think that somewhere in there you do, that you're not just all vampire all the time, and that you might slip some detail and remind me about how great she may have been. And I know that it was just business at times, but I know so much about Grant, and he has no idea, and he's my ghoul. I don't think you're that hands off.
Yeah, but you hang out with Grant every day. I just saw her once in a while when I was trying to get information.
Well, maybe it's kept you alive being so cold and distant, but I think it's kept you lonely, Em. I think it's kept you sad and you gloomy, which is why you reach out to these parent types.
Well, if it helps any, I think whenever your mother felt gloomy, she baked things. Maybe that's where your love of cooking things comes from.
Yeah, probably. I did, yeah.
So there.
Before any more can be spilled, or even the Ollie can even mull on this for very long, the conversation is interrupted by the voice you had hoped to hear the entire time. Butcher.
Rudy.
You turn to the corner where you believe the voice to be coming from on the roof, and there he stands in familiar attire.
Pick
Hi,
myself up,
Rudy.
kind of dust myself off, pat the butt, you know. Starting to wonder if you were going to show.
We did say please.
He just stands there.
Rudy, I've had a lot of nights to think about a lot of things, and I stew a ton over the past. I do. Because the past matters. You know, it sets us into motion for what happens tomorrow, and the next night, and the next night, so on and so forth.
You have retained your lessons well.
Yeah, I had a good teacher. That was you.
He just
When
nods.
when my sire took a couple of times to beat the shit out of me to remind me just where my place was on the pecking order, you looked out for me. You taught me a great deal about the Masquerade, and I can't thank you enough for that because it kept me alive. You showed me the ropes in so many ways, and I just wanted to know, is that something that you picked up over time, or did someone show you the ropes?
A mix of experience and lessons.
Okay.
And why bring the child?
I
Should
wanted
you
to
not
get,
be out looking for Celia?
well, we got some news, right, Em? We got news. It's mostly my news. Emmy is just here because I wanted to put the whole
I
family
don't know
back
if it's
together.
great news.
It's not great news.
He stands there expectantly.
Rudy, how much involvement did you have in my siring?
Is this why you visit?
I'm just curious. I'm putting some pieces together. You know, you always told me to look at the bigger picture, discern where my place is, and then figure out my next move.
Now
So
is not the time to mull on origin, Butcher.
okay, all right. I mean, it's also just as easy to save yourself some breath and answer my question, unless you're worried about timing.
I am a busy kindred, Butcher.
Rudy, what do you know about the La Sombra?
You are aware he is one of them.
Yeah.
And he knows you know. I think
Yeah.
that came too. He just shakes his head.
You
That's
probably know enough, right? Like you know a lot about him, is my guess.
He simply just kind of does his usual subtle nod. Where are you leading me with these questions, Butcher?
You've led
Where-
me a lot. Or I'm leading, but you've led me a lot. So I'm Rudy, I just read some really interesting stuff in a book, a history book, no less. I caught some wild facts. This story regarding a group of people and someone that was important to those people that killed them all.
Then I hope you learned lessons.
I think I did, but I think that history is told from the point of the victor. And well, there's some stuff that just it just doesn't make sense. I'm going to say a string of words here, and I just want to see kind of where it lands with you. Maybe you could pinpoint me in a direction. Otai, Antai, Montano.
If you're looking to see wits insight would be
Yeah.
what you would need to roll.
Yeah.
I've definitely been
Oh yeah, you're
eyeing
welcome
him
to.
up.
Yep, 100%.
I'm going to rouse.
Oh yeah, same.
You said
Let's
wits, insight.
round.
Yep.
This is pretty good for me.
Ooh, I think
nice.
you're hungry this time.
Don't worry about difficulty. Just roll the pool for me.
I'm going to.
Willpower 3, sure.
Oh, yeah.
Four successes.
I got 4 successes. Yeah.
4 successes from
I got 4
Emmy
too.
as well. Do you want a willpower as well, Emmy, or no?
Sure.
You can willpower and then roll 3 of them.
Willpower 3.
You got 5
5 successes. Emmy, it's subtle. It's not even on him. It is in his facial expressions. It is in a way he twitches or changes his posture. You simply watch the subtle movements of his shadow seemingly twitch and blur around the edges when he mentions Antai and Montano. He is a Sombra, so that's, shadow is up import, of course, but it's a gentle movement that is done entirely on the shadow's own. Does Emmy say anything, or does she just hold it? I'm curious.
I think she just waits to
Okay.
see what he says first before she chimes in, as Emmy does.
Ancient names of an ancient history. Valuable lessons to be learned. I see you've been speaking with Cretius.
No, not personally. Anyway, I got past a history book.
He is one to look back on the past often.
Yeah. Yeah, see, Rudy, I have reason to believe that you might know this Montano character, this Antai. Or, as ridiculous as it sounds, is that you might be the same person. Which, I ain't mad at you, if you are.
Dangerous assumptions, Butcher.
Which
Does the
part?
shadow change any
Is
texture?
Emmy's eye just trained on the shadow
Yeah.
at this moment? I'll go ahead and make me another wits insight. Difficulty will be much lower this time.
Is it more dangerous to assume that you're them or that you know them?
We get a little hungrier.
You.
I just want to see what she rolls. Hang on.
Sure.
Um,
I'm just keeping the pressure up.
no, yeah, absolutely.
Ooh, messy crit.
Messy crit. So as he Butcher presses him again, the shadow seems to lose focus around the edges, twitch in weird places. And Emmy, you can't help yourself but go, "You did it again!" And you point at the shadow. Immediately, Butcher ceases and looks to Emmy. Obviously, Ollie.
I'm not here to point fingers. I'm not here to drum up history. But I do find it wild that you brought the shadow into the city, that you gave it to Dakota, that you masqueraded as a Nosferatu, and you dog-walked me through life.
I kept
now,
you safe, Butcher.
To try
One
to...
might thank their Mala for such.
You have my utmost gratitude. You do.
Sombra were not welcome within the Camarilla at the time.
And in my territory, in my domain, you have been welcomed. I don't think you get it, Rudy. Or maybe you do get it, and you're dancing a fine line here.
Well, he's right.
Outside of Dakota and outside of Ava, you're the only family I ever had that looked out for me, literally. And I just had to start doing the math, because I've never met a Lasombra that's capable of Mr. Potato Heading a hunter like you did. You cut him in half with a single hand. And that dude diced me up.
But a lick, Butcher.
Oh, of course. Of course. And to be fair, he was an absolute badass. But you've done such a great job of hiding and pretending to be someone that you're not before revealing what you are, that I am no longer a lick, and I am ready for the truth. Rudy, if that is what you want me to call you.
What? Your assumptions bear out to be factual, and then what? You go home and feel proud of your deduction skills.
No, I finally understand where you stand, because if what I read is true, and my understanding of basic math of generations work, then you aren't her child, and you aren't feeling the call from her. That you're feeling the call from something else. Based on that history of what I read, a gray shadow that loomed over the shoulder of Ontai, that commanded his willing participation. You willingly spared me. You saved me. Let me try to pay it forward, Rudy.
If you were anyone else, Butcher, your head would be removed from your shoulders for making claims so boldly.
And I would expect as such. And I would expect as such. You're my sire. I may have the Nas, that blood, but nobody watched out for me like you. You fed me. That means something to me, man.
He thinks we're family, Rudy.
No matter how you two like it, you were both instrumental in the life and death of my parents. And I'm not trying to watch another echo of what happened in that history book happen today, tomorrow, or even next week in Chicago with my family.
You would be a fool to think I would want the same.
Never assumed as such. But
Take
unlike you, I'm not hearing the beckon or call of another person in my mind. The only one I have to answer to is myself. This is why I stand on a different level than you right now, Rudy, because no one's in my fucking head. So let me help. Please don't tell me to go hide in the sewers, to tuck my head in the sand.
Your accusations are dangerous, Butcher. I will not deny there is some truth to them. I am not who I claim to be, and I will leave it at that. No name will fall from my lips. But do not think me so weak that I cannot resist someone's ill influence.
This is precisely why I came here looking for you, because I know that you're significantly stronger than you let on, and what others even presume.
I hope you are pleased with your answer, Butcher.
I'm not pleased until you let me help you.
He has this notion that he can save the world.
I don't have this notion that I can save the world, but I can at least try to
Yikes.
save my family.
Then understand you leaving with the knowledge you have is help. I will not tell you to hide, but I will say you walk on thin ice.
Been doing that since 87 Rudes. Nothing's changed. The only thing that's different now, the things that I can't imagine or seem to understand, is why our little coterie was even a part of the play, but I'm grateful that you played a part in it. I'm grateful to have you in my corner. And I stand on what I said on all the business, Rudy. My domain is welcoming to you. My bar welcomes you. And if one day you would like to figure out how to stop looking like a nos, to go back to what you truly looked like before this, because you told me you went through those steps, I'd be happy to try to help you figure that out. Much like Em. I told her earlier. Can't imagine she's thrilled to continue being a 9-year-old for eternity.
My physical appearance at the bottom of my priorities. Celia is missing.
I had that same point.
Celia's gone.
Let us not speak as though the conflict is over until it is over. I'll
You're
worry
right.
about how I look at a date when it matters.
Sure. I looked at Emmy, and you said I'm Eeyore. I'm doom and gloom.
It's true. Maybe you get that from him, not from me.
Rudy, Ava's back. She was gone too. And Ava no longer has the shadow. That's the other reason I came here. Because I know that you're not going to drop in.
And timetables have changed, Butcher. I must leave.
Oh, there's worse news.
Emmy looks to Ollie.
Celia? Been led to believe that Celia has the shadow. You were
The very
right.
reason I said to keep Ava away.
We tried.
I
Celia.
know.
We tried.
Ollie
We were
broke in
away.
and
We
let
were almost not
Celia
even in the same
loose.
state. She went away, Rudy. She disappeared. And she came back 2 days later, and the shadow was gone. And she said that whatever was there that was pretending to be her sapped away the shadow and threw it on Celia. This is what I was just told tonight.
I have much to think about. It is not over.
3 blocks out. 12 steps down. The Lights Out Pub. You know where to find me. You ready, Em? I think Rudy's done.
Yeah. Nice to see you again, Rudy.
Just kind of gives a curt nod.
She curtsies.
Picks up M, capes over
Yep.
shoulder, and we'll start his descent.
And as you leap down, you pass by him, and if you look up to see if he's still there when you land, of course, he is not. And you make your way back to the Lights Out pub with relative ease, where the beyond Ava being with Nero, Dakota would be returning, would you not?
Oh yeah, I'm back at the bar.
So it would be the three of you.
Quick and dirty, I didn't go see Father Basaris.
What? Why?
Emmy's just smiling at both of them and looking up at both of them.
Why not?
Because I went to see Rudy.
Oh, fuck.
And let's just say, without directly saying yes, Rudy said most of what our theories are true.
He's Montano, isn't he?
Without saying
Oh,
directly
yeah,
saying
100%.
yes.
When I was watching him, his little shadow thing like twitched every
Is
time we
that
said
what
the name.
happened? Is that what you
Yeah.
you were like, look at the thing?
Yeah,
Okay,
that's
okay.
what was happening.
So that's confirmed. What else did you learn?
That the timetables of events have shifted.
Because of Celia.
And Ava, yeah. That he said he has much to think about. And
Well, good for him. What is he gonna do about it?
I don't know, but apparently he's stewing.
Okay, I need to think on this.
I'm really
And then
glad.
Dakota's like, what do you mean? What is he
Really?
doing? Okay, I need to think on this actually.
You know, I'm not entirely convinced that he's still not in his own little fucking world. If he knew all of this from the beginning, why wouldn't he bring us in? Why would he keep us in the dark?
He was trying to protect you.
Oh, I don't need fucking protection. I'm Dakota Rain.
I look at Emmy
Okay.
and I just do this.
What is that?
Hey, it's a little family moment here.
Emmy looks at both of you and smiles.
Well, excuse me for not being part of the fam. I don't trust Rudy. I don't trust Nero. Rudy gave me the shadow. Why? Okay, let's go back to what you said, Holly.
Maybe
You said the antediluvian. You said that the antediluvian is knowing of what's going on. He wants Sybil to rip it open so he can come through and trump her cards.
Yeah.
What's saying that Rudy's not working for the antediluvian?
I mean, it's possible.
Right? He's technically working against Sybil in every way possible. And technically, if the story in most of its writing is fact, he already did that once.
Maybe he just wants to see it through. Maybe
Well,
he
he
thinks
said
that,
that he was trying to change it.
yeah, maybe he's trying to make sure that the outcome is a little different this time.
Well,
I can't imagine, right? In the boy math of things, when she finishes her details, he's older than her. He was the first child. Rudy's strong.
We're missing something.
We are.
You know what? Okay. You know what? I don't have all the answers, but I do have a new book. And all I can do is maybe try to find out more information. I don't know. Cretius feels like this is the one we need to read next.
Okay. What was Cretia saying? How did that go?
Oh, about it as one might expect. He too is.
You
doing
confirmed he's
research.
looking for Montano.
Yeah, I kind of told you that he's looking for Montano before, and like
Okay.
he has a feeling Montano's in the city. He didn't really want to.
Right.
He didn't give me an opportunity to put a name to my research. If
For
you know
what
what
it's
I'm
worth,
saying.
Rudy said that I dropped Otai Antai Montano rapid fire, and his response was, "I see you've been talking to Cretius." I didn't bring it up. Those were his words.
It's true he did.
Well, good. He doesn't know I know. He thinks Cretius has been feeding you this information, but he doesn't know I'm actually the one pulling it.
He did threaten me though.
Oh, surprise.
Yeah, kind of surprise. I think if you, or even particularly Ava, had taken all of that information that I spouted at him, I think he would have just tried to kill you.
It's
Typically, he said he would take your head. Like, off with your head.
Which we know he can technically fucking do. I guess what I'm trying to say is, Rudy is on his own path, and he's not trying to let us know what it is. I don't know why. If it's to keep it from Sybil?
He did say he was resisting a call. He didn't say it was her call.
It's the Antediluvians. I'm telling you, he's working for the Antediluvian. Why else would he want to give the shadow to Sybil? It was all part of the ploy to get her there, to rip Vitel open, to let the Antediluvian free, because what is the one piece of information that Sybil doesn't have? That the Antediluvian and the Abyss are one and the same thing, that he is significantly more powerful than she's planning on. And Rudy's been here manipulating the whole time. Why do you think he wanted to make sure you weren't sired La Sombra?
So it couldn't be called.
Rudy's been playing since the beginning as part of some larger ploy, and if we include Ava and her siring in that as part of the reason to not sire more La Sombra inside the city of Chicago, so that what? Rudy can redo the original story?
You guys are so cute when you're trying to solve problems.
I feel like I can't even be blue in the face anymore, but I feel like I'm just spouting hot air at this point.
It's because everybody's working so many angles. It's like doing this for this reason, but the truth is tucked behind this reason.
Well, what's your reason?
What can I?
Oh
Can
my
I
God, Grant!
chime in? I have an idea. I'm listening.
Sure.
I'm part of the crew. I'm part of the party.
Yeah.
You know, I don't have a class yet, but we're working on it. What if it's like, why are you guys thinking so hard?
That's what I'm thinking.
Didn't you say like a couple weeks ago that he also said to like not tell him where you took Celia? Wouldn't that imply he's trying to like keep himself in the dark in some way? What if he's just trying to not help the big bad thing?
Then why would he have?
Where he doesn't have a choice.
But why would he deliver me the shadow to take to her?
That was something that he may have tried to resist, but he couldn't.
I have no idea.
Or maybe you
it's
didn't get
because
the
of this
hint when
reason.
he gave it to you that he didn't really want to give it to you to give it to them.
Remember what Sybil said?
No.
You're the one thing that she couldn't detect.
Right.
You're the one thing that she had no sight on, no vision on. So who better to drop it to than you if Sybil
maybe
had no
he was
vision
gambling. Maybe he was just gambling on it.
Could have been.
Not knowing what you were going to do because you're
Wild card.
Yeah, you're red.
So I have another theory I was thinking on when I delivered Ava to the doorstep of Nero. What a weird guy. I don't trust him.
He's too handsome. He's weird.
That's not why I don't trust him, but I don't trust
him.
him.
Can't be too handsome.
I think you can be.
I think that is a matter of personal perspective.
Ava, I'm just saying.
Do you think someone's really handsome, Dakota?
To the point, delivered Ava to Nero. They're on a date at the moment.
I don't need to hear that.
You're part of the team, aren't you, Grant?
Yeah, but I
don't you want the transparency of the truth of being part of the team?
She's date cheating on me. I was supposed to be getting the date.
There is no such thing as date cheating.
Whoa, no, hold on. What if Saito was researching, but it wasn't researching to protect from Sybil? What if Rudy went to Saito to figure that out for himself so he could stop hearing that call? That's why they were working together.
Well, yeah, those pages, right? And they're like talking to each other or something.
You think Saito was doing the research for Rudy?
I mean, it aligns with Saito's journey, right? Which is information at all cost. That would be really fucking valuable to a Tremere.
Yeah, I imagine you dangle Darkseek in front of Saito and that Dan would whip his dick out for it.
It's a very vivid image.
Paints a picture.
I like it.
That feels like several laws just got broken.
Family problems here. Okay, so what? What do we take away from this? I still can't.
My takeaway is Rudy's not complicit. He's just doing it because he has to. So he's trying to find a way out of it, which is why he's protecting us, keeping us in the dark, doing these little things, passing this buck to you.
So why would he come back and be like, yo, sorry I passed that shadow off. I didn't mean to. I just couldn't control myself.
When have you ever known a kindred to say sorry outside of me?
God, I just, am I intimidating? Nice.
Yes, you're intimidating.
Not to me, though.
Yes, you're intimidating.
Okay.
You're powerful, you're successful, and you're a woman. That scares basically anything with a penis.
And you could break my collarbone by squeezing too hard.
It's true.
That is probably the most truth that has come out of somebody's mouth in the last 30 seconds. But
if you...
I guess what I'm saying is, why is communication, like, why can't he talk to us about this? He's your fucking Moa for Pete, or sorry, whatever. For Pete's fucking sake.
How does the big bad thing work?
Because I think he's
What big bad thing?
I think he's afraid, right? Much like you told me. Sometimes you just got to let go. You can't separate the. He's trying to protect us.
The bad thing, the antediluvian.
No. That is what you are, Grant, the antediluvian.
That's rude. First of all, it is not. This the thing, the anti-vampire.
I'm gonna go wait out.
Am I making any sense?
Put some skateboard on
No,
concrete.
it's a fair
for
question.
while. Yeah.
It's good to know what your enemy is.
Which one, the antediluvian or Sybil, or Rudy, or
all of them?
Oh my God! Why haven't we thought at any point in time to immediately take this fucking book to decipher it through Saito's protege?
Who's Saito's protege?
Nelson.
Fuck Nelson. He's not even doing
Do I
his
know
job
who
in the
Nelson
theater.
is?
You leave my boy out of this.
You can make.
And last time I checked, he didn't want to be in town. He was planning to skip a train with a bunch of other thin bloods.
I think you know that Nelson is like a pet of Ava.
You leave my boy out of this. You already got one of my children. You're not taking the other.
You can't have children, Ava Heloise. Come to terms with that.
Look, it's a thought, right?
I'll be your kid.
If it's Saito's protege, and he had
Ava Saito
directly
with Emmy Child
directly helping Saito. Directly, he said it from his mouth.
Okay, well, we're literally paying for the apartment Nelson's staying in. He's supposed to be managing the theater, which I know for a fact he's fucking not.
I'm still sure he's fucking stealing cheesecake.
So you're gonna have to convince Ava to do that. I couldn't even look at the book without her going.
I think sometimes that if we tell Ava after, it's a lot easier. So maybe we should go talk to Nelson and then tell Ava.
Yeah. I like that.
Plus, she's on a date right now with Nero. We shouldn't bother her with such
Yeah.
family ordeals. She is. We're fluffing her aura. We're trying to lift her spirits.
Yeah, woosah.
You all have very interesting family ideas. All right, Ollie.
Well, the fact of the matter is, I don't think any of us came from structured family homes, so we're doing the best we can, Emmy.
Pretty broken. Yeah.
Just making a note.
On that statement of breaking generational trauma, we will pull back from the bar and we pick up. It'll be with the sound of familiar folk music in a local bar where a particular date is taking place. Till then, see you next week. And thank you again, Maggie, for joining us. If people want to find out what you're doing, you're working on all kinds of shit. Where can they go?
You can follow me at Margaret Crode in all of the places. I do lots of tabletop stuff. So if you're interested, just follow me. I'll let you know when I'm live on those things. I also do lots of other things on the internets. So if you want to see those things, follow me. I make games and video games for a living. I'm currently working on a project called Ashes of Creation, and you can find it at Ashes of Creation in all of the places.
Sweet. Before we go, Ava, you want to make me a stain roll?
Yeah, it'll be fine, guys.
Don't worry about it. Go ahead.
Don't say anything, Methodist. You're just
it's
going to curse the roll. Just roll it, Ava.
I got a lot of dice in this dice pool, so because I'm low humanity.
You're good.
Yeah.
You're good. Thank God.
Yeah.
The remorse is there.
All right, we're going to do the after show. Thank you guys so much. We love you. Appreciate you.
Bye, gang.
Bye, guys.
Till next week.